We're about to start in the next few minutes, so we will ask people that are still outside to slowly move to their seats. If you want to grab a last cup of coffee, please do so. We will, at the same breath, ask those who are right at the back maybe to move a little bit forward so that the latecomers take the seats at the back. Thank you so much. In the next few minutes, we will start the program. Thanks again.
Good morning. Goeiemorgen. Molweni. Everyone that is here. My name is Rudy Swartz. I am the current PSC chairperson of the Moor-Dyke Precinct. And between myself and Jerry, we will be facilitating this PSC Moor-Dyke feedback session to the Schauder, Korsten, and the greater PE Metro community in relation to the project that we are currently busy with. If we all can recall, sometime last year, we had a similar discussion in the similar venue where we came and introduced yourself, the Moor-Dyke project. And that was just to sensitize yourself, to get input from the community. And today as a PSC, we want to come back to yourself and give you an update in relation to what has been taking place. We want to give you an update in terms of what have worked for us, what have not worked, what learning have we taken from this project that we are busy with, that we want to give back to our community. Because many of us, there's a different age group that we are sitting with. There's the young generation, there's my generation, and then there's the older generation. But all of us have one thing in common here today, is that Moor-Dyke, which have a lot of history for all of us. How we grew up watching sport on a Saturday, watching soccer, Hotspurs playing, watching cricket on that Moor-Dyke. And it's a project that we as a community need to own. It's a project that we as a community needs to embrace. It's a project that we as a community must take forward and hand over the baton to the next generation. With that being said, we have a full program today with quite a number of speakers. And we were supposed to start at 9 o'clock. But unfortunately, it is 10 o'clock now, and we want to apologize for the delay in start. And the delay in start is because we want the community to be present, and we want to give the community that opportunity to come and participate in this feedback session, to come and ask questions, to come and give comments, to come and give input in relation of what is taking place on the Moor-Dyke. Because when we drive past there or walk past, we can see there's a lot of movement, there's a lot of things happening, and there's a lot of excitement around the Moor-Dyke project. And I know specifically the sports fraternity wants the Moor-Dyke to be concluded and handed over to themselves so that we can go back and enjoy the Moor-Dyke, go back and enjoy the sport that is going to be played and that was played on that Moor-Dyke precinct. We're going to have a number of speakers. We're going to deal with the opening and welcoming. We're going to have somebody that's going to touch on the purpose of this meeting. We'll also have a welcoming remark from our councillor of this community, which is the political head of the Schauder Korsten community. We're going to have an opening address by the MMC. We're going to have an input from MBDA, which is the current client on this project, driving this project on behalf of the municipality. We're also going to have a keynote address by our current executive mayor. He's also going to come and speak to us and address us around this project and maybe future project developments which is lined up for the northern areas, not only for us here within the Schauder Korsten, but also other communities within this metro. We're also going to have a report from our PSC secretary, Sam, which is also actively involved in this community in sport. We're also going to have an input from the principal agent, the contractor, and we're going to have also a project update by Mr. Manjo, that is the project manager on behalf of the MBDA and the municipality. And then we're going to have an update as well from the SMMEs, because the community is also being represented by the SMMEs, and what the SMMEs is doing there, how they are learning, what is their influence in the project. and the jobs that has been created, not only by the contractor, but also by the SMMEs. And then we're going to have a slot for questions and answers. And from there, we're going to summarize, have a way forward, and allow the PSC to give a vote of thanks to ourselves for all the inputs. But I want to encourage everyone to actively participate in everything that is going to be presented. Because this is not our project as a PSC, or the contractor, or the client, but it's all of us that is stakeholders that is present here today. Thank you. We're going to hand over to Wayne, and he's going to do the welcoming for us and the opening.
Good morning, everyone. Can we open up our day with prayer, please? Can we all just bow our heads? Heavenly Father, we come to you this morning and say thank you for guiding us through the night. And thank you for waking us up this morning. Thank you for being so merciful towards us. And thank you for the plans that you have for us. Father, I pray that what is decided and discussed here today may bear much fruit in our community and for future generations. Father, I ask that you bless each and every one of us here present today. Bless their houses, bless their families, bless their hearts for doing this job or this work we are doing that not everybody wants to do. I thank you, Father, for being in the midst of us all here today, for your word declare, where two or more are present, there you are in our midst. And I ask and pray, Father, for our community, for our youngsters, our youth. I ask that you protect them, Father. I ask that we break all generational curses, Father, in our communities. Father, I ask that you bless our leaders. I pray, Father, for righteous leaders. I pray, Father, for leaders that will be selfless and not selfish. I thank you for the unity that we are having this morning, Father. Therefore, I ask that we pray, we all pray the prayer that you taught us to pray together. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thine will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. I would also like to make use of this opportunity to welcome our executive mayor, Mr. Gary van Niekerk. I don't know whether the other members are present who's supposed to be here. His deputy, the MMC, and I also welcome the CEO of the MBDA, and all members present of the community, of the different bodies or stakeholders. I actually have a short speech here, not a speech, a welcoming. I'm delighted to welcome you all to this community dialogue where we aim to engage in a constructive discussions about issues that matter in our community. It is important that we come together and have an open dialogue and to listen to each other's perspectives and to work towards finding solutions that benefit the entire community. In these unprecedented times, it is more important than ever to communicate with one another, expressing our thoughts and concerns together, and working together to build a stronger, more resilient community. This dialogue is an excellent platform to do just that. I encourage everyone to participate actively in today's discussion, and let us all be open to different ideas, opinions, and perspectives. Let's aim to find common ground and work towards common goals that will bring about positive change in our community. Once again, thank you all for joining this community dialogue, and I hope that today's discussion will be fruitful, productive, and inspiring for us all. Thank you.
Thank you, Wayne, for that input and the welcoming, opening this prestigious event in terms of the PSC Moor-Dyke feedback session to our community. We are immediately going to go over to the purpose of the session, and we're going to call on Auntie Denise, which is also a member of this PSC, just to outline for us the purpose of us all being here together.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. I would also like to greet everybody this morning. Special greetings to our dignitaries this morning. Mr. Mayor, I thank you for being in our midst this morning. Every other dignitary, as well as our ward councillor, Mr. Graham Gelderblom. The purpose of the meeting this morning, our chairperson already elaborated on the purpose, so it makes my work a little lighter. But this morning, I would like everybody just, you look so worried. You look so worried. I don't know if it's a cold outside or whatever, but I just want you to loosen up. You know, just loosen up. Look to the person to the left or to the right and say, I am blessed this morning. Just say, I am blessed this morning. Because the Lord has blessed us this morning with the rain. You know, we've been praying for lots of things during this year, and the Lord blessed us this morning. Don't worry about those who are not here today. We are here today because we have the welfare of Schauder in our hearts this morning. So the purpose of this gathering today is for us as a PSC to give you feedback, like Chairperson already said, of what happened or what's happening on the Moor-Dyke, and as far as the upgrade is concerned. So feel free this morning, and after all these, just make notes of whatever you want to ask questions later in the day. There will be a session where the community or anyone else can ask questions if you have a concern, or even if you just want to make a reference of something. Just make a small note, relax, and just enjoy the day with us today. So, yeah, that's all I can say today. But what I want to add at last is, I am so privileged for us to have this project, the Moor-Dyke, because the Moor-Dyke has been a beacon of hope for us in Schauderville. The Moor-Dyke, it's a place to be on a Saturday morning for our kids. You know, you all know what Schauderville looks like. The negative side of Schauderville is the fact that our children, our teenagers, are into drugs. And my prayer this morning, and I know the prayer of the community, is that the Moor-Dyke will be a beacon of hope for our young ones, where they can excel in whatever God has blessed them with. And I know that even the sports fraternals who's here this morning, that they are ready to kick in and to do the best they can to uplift our young ones so that they can achieve whatever they feel God has blessed them with. So thank you so much. enjoy this day with us today. Thank you.
Thank you, Aunt Denise. We're going to immediately hand over to another PSC member that is going to deal with the introduction of this PSC, and it's Mr. Edward Camillo. But as we welcome Mr. Camillo, we just want to welcome also our live stream viewers, because I've just been told by the social facilitator that the session is live on Facebook and on Radio Kingfisher. But I want to encourage those that is viewing us live to come and join us physically here in this session, because then they can actively also participate, actively also give their input, actively also guide us in terms of this journey that we are embarking on as a community, as a PSC of the Moor-Dyke. Eddie, you are welcome.
Goeiemôre almal. Ek gaan in my moedertaal praat. Eerstens wil ek dankie sê vir die meester, ons hemelse meester, vir die geleentheid wat ek het vandag om hier te staan in die teenwoordigheid van julle almal. En vir my is dit 'n riem onder die hart om deel uit te maak van 'n development projek in die aard van iets soos die wat ons vandag hierso voor sit en die lede van die PSC wat hulle krag en hulle input en al hulle efforts insit om saam met die rolspelers van die Nelson Mandela Metro Development Agency 'n groot verskil te maak in Schauder en Korsten. Nou mense, is nie 'n maklike taak om iets soos dit te laat materialiseer of te laat geskied. Ons stoot ons families eenkant, ons stoot ons ander goedjies wat ons mee besig is, ons commitments eenkant, en ons dink eerstens aan ons gemeenskap. Want ons was eers as Schauder en Korsten 'n close-knitted community. En die ding is besig om uit te sterwe. En wat vir my kommerwekkend is in die gevalle nou, Mr. Meyer, is die feit dat ons jong mense is besig om hulle self uit te roei. En veral in die kant van Schauder, waar ons groot geraak het, wat die Meyer se paal groot geraak het en sy familie groot geraak het en selfs die council ook. En is vir my hartseer om dit te kan aanskou as 'n persoon wat ook destyds vasgevang was in drugs en dwelms en dies meer, en daarom het Lerato my genader van MBDA om samen naar te kyk hoe kan ons jeug help in terme van wat sy doen met die psycho-social programs van MBDA se kant af. En sy het my gevra spesifiek omdat die late of die laat een van ons goeie vriende wat 'n groot verskil gemaak het in Schauder, Isaac Barnse, wat die mee saam met ons is, hy het saam met Lerato gewerk. En wat vir my so laat begin dink het, is dat Sakkie was 'n persoon wat saam met enige een gewerk het, en het maak nie saak of 'n jonk of oud was nie. Hy het 'n verskil gemaak in ons almal se lewens, maar nietemin nie, vir my is dit nou net, ek gaan my taak doen, en ek lyk nie van blye af praat, ek lyk uit my hart uit praat as ek praat, ek lyk my mind speak as ek praat. Eerstens wil ek dankie sê vir die executive Meyer, wie vandag sy besige schedule eenkant geskuif het, om saam ons te wees, en dan ook MBDA Board Chairperson Glenda Peramo, MBDA CEO Anil Kaba, MMC Basi Kamana, Executive Meyer klaar genoem, Deputy Executive Meyer Babalwa, Lebishe, ek ken nie so lekker die die name pronounsie. Ons raadslid, Graham Gelderbloem, operational executive, is Debbie Hendrikse. Van Esrek het ons vir meneer Neil Bentley, die directeur Lulama, is het Nangazi, en die deputy director, Luyanda Mangela, ons verwag seker nog vir Perkaya, Ibrahim Smit en sy span, en die principal agent Rowlands, Lauren Strijtje. Maar die PSC van die projek het ons vir Samantha, ons het vir Tari, vir Wayne, beter bekend as Tari, ons noem hom sommer die king, en dan het ons vir Rudy, Denise, Destiny en Geraldine, en achter sit ons CLO, David Baxter, en ek is Edward Camilo, maar voel vry en maak julle self los, en dankie dat julle die koue getrotseer het om vandag hier te wees. Dankie allemaal.
Thank you, Eddie, for that few words. But maybe just to summarize what Eddie have shared, for those that don't understand Afrikaans, basically saying that this project that we are currently busy with here in Schauder, Korsten, it is actually a beacon of hope for this community. Because if you look at where we are coming from, the history of Schauder, Korsten is infested with crime, historically infested with gangsterism, infested with drugs, abuse in terms of alcohol, drugs, and so forth. So what we are busy with today is giving us hope for our next generation. Because this current generation that is now supposed to take us forward is busy killing themselves, is busy destroying our own community. And by us bringing forth this project with all the stakeholders, all the role players that is currently here today, is bringing hope back, not only to this community, but the whole of this metro. Because we believe, and Councillor always say that this Ward 11 is the gateway into the northern areas. And if you look at the northern areas, if you go into Galvin, which is called Katanga, if you go into Arcadia, Salt Lake, what is happening in Schauder is exactly happening there. And we believe that if we keep our youth occupied with sport, we can make a difference. We can bring a change into the mindsets of our community, into the mindsets of our youth. But we can't do it on our own. We need the support of everyone. And here today, there's different organizations that is present that is doing a lot of good work in this community. Gather them is here. Sport is here. That is keeping our youth busy. Because indeed, they are our future. And if we don't protect them, if we don't guide them, if we don't keep them occupied with the right tools, because the only thing they need is a toolbox with tools in. And we can give them that tools. That instead of finding yourself in drugs or with the wrong things, there is different things that you can keep yourself busy with. And that is basically the message that Eddie have shared, and is very passionate when it comes to his youth. Because myself and him, we share a lot of history together. I come from the streets. I come from gangsterism. I come from drugs. But I've been given a second chance. I've been given an opportunity to turn my life around. And if I was given an opportunity, he was given an opportunity, what's wrong with us giving our youth a second chance? But it's only us that can make the difference. It's only us that can make that change. And that's why we are here today. All of us, for nothing else but that youth. Nou wil dit jy vergeet toe, ek weet Eddie jou naam genoem, moenie worry nie met hom. Ons weet dis ook deel van die PSC met hom. We quickly, before we go to the next item, we're just going to slot in quickly a short video that I want us to look at, because it's a video of the Moor-Dyke, where we're coming from, where we're currently at. I'm not sure, Jerry, if it covers also where we are going in terms of the end product. Because I believe we can never forget where we come from. Because where we come from always will direct us in terms of where we are going. So with that being said, we're just going to view this short clip that is going to be shared with us around the Moor-Dyke. Thanks. If we can take a look at that video, and just as we are sitting, specifically all of us know how the Moor-Dyke looked and how it's going to look when we are done. And maybe just a slight comment on what we have seen that this community is going to deliver. It's nothing compared to what we've seen in social media around that project in Queenstown. A 75 million project that was like, I'm not sure what to call it. And here Mr. Manjo have keep us on a tight, very tight budget. And we must deliver with that budget that has been given. And I think Mr. Manjo, we have been given there 47 million. And look what we are going to hand over to this community. 2 soccer fields, Gio, a cricket field, and you are still fighting with us. When we say, come, Gio, you must open up here. The pavilion, the heritage building. And that heritage building is going to sit with a lot of history, a lot of memory. People that have played on that Moor-Dyke. And we want to encourage the community to come up with ideas in terms of how we can structure and set up that heritage. Because this is our heritage, and we all need to be actively involved in this project. We're going to quickly go over now to the political head of Ward 11, Mr. Graham Gelderbloem, just to give us a few remarks as a community in relation to this project. Welcome, Mr.
Good morning once again, everybody. I would like to welcome all of you here, especially I'm going to focus on our community, the people of Schauderville, a place very, very, very close to my heart. I think my name is Graham Gelderbloem. Many people don't know that name. I'm better known to the people of Schauder as Grumpy. Not the grumpy old man, but I'm known as Grumpy. So it is one moment for me of sadness and also of happiness because of this beacon of hope that is busy going up on the hill. That I want to appeal to our executive mayor, Mr. Gary van Niekerk, who has roots also in Schauderville, Mrs. Glenda Perumal, as the chairperson of MBDA, I want to focus on you today, and Mr. Anela Kaba as the CEO of MBDA, and also Debbie and all other role players of MBDA. I hope that this beacon of hope will not just be the start and the end of things to come. I've looked at the master plan of Schauderville and Korsten, and I hope that MBDA will be with us until that master plan is completed. I think Rudy has touched on many issues. I would also like to see a structure going up at the beginning, the intersection of Stanford Road and Kempston Road, something like very cheap, but must be an attraction, a tourist attraction to our people that says, welcome to the gateway of the northern areas. We must have it up. Mr. Mayor, I see, Executive Mayor, I see you shaking your head, so I know it will go up. You have said to us a change is coming. I'm also saying a change is coming. A change is coming to Schauderville, and if we fix Schauderville and Korsten, we can fix the northern areas. I am very proud to stand here in front of our people as a servant leader. I'm at your service. Many times, I even neglect my family. I'm here on a Saturday, I'm here on a Sunday, because I'm fighting to get the basics right within this area. I'm sometimes lost for words, but I know that with you on our side, especially my brother on my left, Eldridge Jerry, the PSC, we have gone a long way to make this Moor-Dyke a success. I would also like to call on you, the MBDA. We need a resource center. We need the swimming pool to be fixed. Our community, our society at large in the northern areas is broken. We need to fix this broken society. Lerato, I've seen you are here. So we need to work on, via the MBDA, on more softer projects. We need to come up with life skills training. We need to come up with skills development. I also want to just thank our SMMEs. You know, when they spoke to me the other day, I felt like memorizing what Madiba have said when they told me, "Counselor, we're going to work with you. We can see your vision." You know what I told them? Because I'm getting older. I said to them, like Madiba have said, when they told me, we're going to provide some funds and we're going to fix all those vandalized houses, I said to Edward and Rudy, I can see my grave now. And I don't think that I'm going to die now. I think that I'm still going to live until Schauder is truly fixed. The swimming pool will be up and running. Not the Helenvale, the Schauder Korsten Resource Center will be there. I mean, we have just passed recently a budget of 19.1 billion. So I don't think, Executive Mayor, you can say to us there is no money, there is enough money. And when people criticize us for the Moor-Dyke, which is 37 or 39 million now, it can be more, that is a drop in the ocean. We need to invest in our people. I've been the other day with the Executive Mayor to Groot Kloof and also Van der Kemp's Kloof. It is in our hands, Executive Mayor, Mrs. Perumal and Mr. Anela Kaba and the rest of the MBDA team. It is in our hands. We can fix the northern areas. I've touched on it already to say how broken we are as a society. We have seen educated people killing their spouses or their ex-spouses and put them into a drain. Those things, if we don't fix what we need to fix amongst our people, God will judge us. And I don't want to be judged. I want to be part of the solution and not a part of the problem. When I look at that banner of MBDA, Mandela Bay Development Agency, it says renew, revive, and inspire. So let us do that. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor, for those words. With that being said, just want to welcome also the SAFA Vice President and the NAFA President, Clive Killian. You're welcome into the session. We're going to call on Ms. Glenda, and I hope I pronounce it right, Perumal, from no, from the MBDA.
Sorry, program director, I'm a bit short. Ek het nie genoeg geslaap toe ek 'n kind was nie. Dis hoekom ek te veel gespeel, tennis gespeel. Thank you. Executive Mayor, Councillor Gary van Niekerk, Ward Councillor, Councillor Graham Gelderbloem, fellow board members of MBDA, I know that they're watching live. Our newly appointed Chief Executive Officer of the MBDA, Mr. Anele Kaba, MBDA management and staff, officials of the Nelson Mandela Bay Municipality, members of the Moor-Dyke Project Steering Committee, service providers, contracted to the project, members of various civic organization, business forum formations, and local community representative structures. Good morning, goeiemorgen, molweni. As the chairperson of MBDA Board of Directors, and on behalf of my fellow board members, I would like to express my sincere appreciation for your attendance at this very important event in the life of the Schauderville and Korsten community, especially on such a cold day where you could have been at home having your nice warm soup or millis and beans met wat meaty bones. Julle weet mos, met meaty bones, those are the privileged ones. Thank you. Thank you, colleagues. Today marks the second community dialogue in respect of this project. It is an important milestone for all of us as it speaks of the road we have traveled together to see a project conceptualized and designed by the dedicated, persistent, and committed community members. Seeing it become a reality and seeing it physically rise out from the ground, it speaks of what can be achieved when we put our differences aside for the sake of a common goal. Councillor, we came here on the 21st of April 2022 at the first dialogue in the same venue where we selected a project steering committee and planned the implementation of the project. On that day, I remember very clearly, it was a warm summer's day, and the executive mayor was present at the time. I have photos with his MMC, Stag Mitchell, so I do have photos of that. So yes, colleagues. The project suffered some really sad setbacks at the onset due to procurement challenges, but to date, we are proud to say that once we got going, we picked up the momentum. That the project is on schedule and within the outlined project performance targets. We are now, we are now at approximately 70% completion, and it is set to hand over the completed facility to ESRAC Directorate early in the new calendar year. The project manager will give the project details later in the program. At the first dialogue session, we said we will come back to give feedback on progress and engage the community in respect of a facility that has been their dream and the project of their hard work. We have done what we have committed to do, and today we are back for the second dialogue to give the update and discuss the way forward for the facility. In my time serving on the MBDA Board of Directors, I've come to know a term that has been mentioned at several occasions, and that is the MBDA way. The MBDA way, this is what it means. 1, we treat our communities with dignity and respect. That we do what we say we will do. That we engage and communicate with our communities as partners in the development process at every step of the process. The community dialogue sessions gives credence to that philosophy. I have come to understand that community participation is a key component to project success, right from the planning, throughout implementation, and even at post-construction stages. It may take a bit longer to complete the project, but it makes for that better outcome and more sustainable results. Today is therefore important to consolidate the work to date and to make sure that the facility that is ultimately delivered is well received, well utilized, and protected by the local community. We rely on you, community members, we do. I want to say a special thank you to the MBDA team and all the Schauder and Korsten stakeholders for holding the ship steady, despite some trying times and very intense discussions. You are a testament to what project collaboration really means. In today's culture, there is a tendency to make an enemy to someone that holds a different viewpoint to your own. Many projects collapse because of this. We have shown that we can make room for one another and make concessions for the greater good of our community. The legacy of the project is not only the physical structure that are delivered, but the process that has accompanied that delivery. May I just repeat that? The legacy of this project is not only the physical structures that are delivered, but the process that has accompanied that delivery. Participants of this process can proudly say that they were part of the group of people that made the project possible. This is the difference why some facilities are protected and others are vandalized. I mentioned earlier that we have in our midst our recently appointed CEO, Mr. Anele Kaba. Mr. Kaba is a seasoned official that comes with a wealth of local government experience and has a solid knowledge of the issues and challenges of the Korsten and Schauder areas. At this point, I would like to invite him to say a few words on the MBDA plans for Korsten and Schauder development going forward. I thank you and wish you a fruitful deliberation for the rest of the session. Mr. Kaba, thank you.
Thank you, Chair, Program Director, Executive Mayor, the Ward Councillor, MPDA team, communities, the team from the municipality. I think for the sake of time, I must say all protocol observed. I'm just standing here, Chair, just to indicate that today I'm proud to be leading, you know, a very well experienced team, especially on issues of project management. I'm getting into this train, it's already left the station. But what I'm proud of, it left on time, and it has taken the right direction. This is based on the wealth of the expertise that was developed by this agency over 20 years. And the MBDA this year is 20 years in existence. That then says that the MBDA is able to assist in a number of other projects in the city in delivering those. But again, that particular team is led again by the well-experienced and competent board under the chair who just spoke. But critical to what the MBDA is doing well, of which I like most, and I think the chair touched on it, is the way that they involve communities on projects. Because in most cases, the organizations, whether it's government or anyone, they tend to leave the communities outside of what they are doing, which becomes a problem on projects on the ground. The ward councillor chair really covered what I wanted to say. The reality of it is that there is a master plan for Korsten Schauder. It was developed and done by the MBDA. I had at some stage, talked about it with the executive mayor. And I said, there is a plan. This plan is still relevant today, right? And all we need to do is just to ensure that we start to roll out some of the projects that are in the plan. And as the MBDA, I want to get this one right. We don't want to bring means to ends. We want to bring ends to means, which means that as we start with this particular project, which is in that shorter costing master plan, there should be a way forward. It can't be an end. By the time executive mayor, this project is completed, there should have been another project that has already started, just to ensure that, again, we contribute, because remember, the issues of local economic development are very basic. There is a sporting part of it, but there's been benefits to the SMMEs, which makes me very proud. Now, those types of the projects, they do contribute in one way or the other in the livelihoods of the people in this particular area, which then makes me to be very, very proud. But one of the critical aspects that I must also highlight, which is always very important, maybe, is to thank the contractor to be on time, Debbie, on working and delivering on this project. We know, for example, in one project in Moor-Dyke, we've been frustrated by the contractor who could not deliver at all, to a point that the contract had to be terminated. So the contractor, working with the communities and the SMMEs in the region, they have come up with a model that I think we need to also share it with other areas, so that we ensure that there are no stoppages, projects are implemented on time, but also there's a consensus between the communities, the project management team at MBDA, the contractor, and so on. So on those bases, for me, Councillor, you touch it well, and you were not grumpy at all. So the executive mayor is here. The executive mayor is here. The executive mayor is coming from the northern areas. The executive mayor is leading a party that is pro-northern areas. And I'm somehow going to put him in a corner. You can take him out of the corner, because he's going to speak after me. That master plan, as indicated by the councillor, there must be money found for the projects in that master plan. Going back to what I said, that by the time we complete this, we are just waiting for the executive mayor's MBDA. We are ready with my team. My team can take any other job by tomorrow. We are not worried, We are ready for the mayor to just quickly say, here is the money. Just go and implement this other project and we'll take it on. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. We're all taking notes, leadership, in terms of the different input that has been given. And there is a slot on the agenda that's going to deal with questions and answers. But maybe just to summarize the input that has been given by the chairman, I'll say the chair lady, the CEO and the councillors, that this project, as the council have said, is the gateway, Eddie, into the northern areas. And it is very important for us as a community to deliver this project in record time, good quality, back to our community, to ensure that that master plan that has been spoken about comes into reality. And Mr. Mayor, we are going to keep you accountable. As the political leaders have said, that we all need to work together, ensuring that we are delivering services to this community. The CEO indicated that they are ready, Mr. Mayor. The only thing you must do, you must bring the funds. so that we can roll out these projects. And I think we can give ourselves a hand of applause as this PSC, as this community, in relation to what we have already achieved with this project. Because I know there was many fortune tellers, there was many prophets of doom outside that said, no, that project is going to fall. As we have listened to the chair lady stating that with the start of the project, there was delays. But after those matters has been dealt with, everything, I'm not going to lie and say it went smoothly, but as a PSC, we managed to deal with those issues as it came up. And I can proudly say that this PSC have really given their all for this project, from the start to where we are at. And we are making a commitment to this community that we are going to hand over this project. Mr. Manjo have given us, I think, we're supposed to hand it over in 2024. Is it April, Sam? May. But we want to give it back. And I know it's a far-fetched target that we are setting for ourselves. At least by the end of this year, we want to reach at least more than 90% of this project. And it's a lot of ask from ourselves, because the contractor also must bring his part. The professionals must play their part. The SMMEs must play their part. The PSC must play their part. And this community also have to play their part. And I like what the input given by the chair lady that says that it is a journey of collaboration, bringing everyone together, inclusivity, open communication, allowing us to communicate with yourself in terms of what has been taking place behind the scenes, where we are coming from, where we are at, what have worked, what have not worked. And we are going to continue with that open communication, involving yourselves in this project. With that being said, we're going to hand over to, let me see now, the deputy mayor is not here. I think let's welcome the executive mayor, Mr. Gary van Niekerk. And I think we can call him the son of the soil, because he is from amongst us. He's born and bred from this northern areas. As we have heard, he was placed in a corner by the CEO of MBD and said that you are pro-northern areas. So now we expect you to drive that pro-northern areas, not selfishly, but selflessly, that we need to give back also to this northern area, where he's coming from, but also not forgetting other communities. Because he's not only the mayor of the northern areas, but he is the mayor of this metro. Can we all just give him a warm welcome as we welcome the executive mayor, just to come and give us an input from his desk.
Good morning, everybody. Let me start by addressing all the dignitaries. Let me start over there. Let me address the chairperson of the MBDA, the CEO, Glenda Perma, the CEO of MBDA, Mr. Nere Kaba, and then a very good friend of mine. We often meet in strange places, but Mr. Clive Killian, who wears a couple of hats, and also makes me very proud when I Google him and I search his profile, what he's done in the past. Welcome, Clive. Debbie, welcome. Debbie and I come a long way. For those who don't know, I was here last year. Was it last year that we were here? Just before the project started. And the history between Debbie and myself go a long way. Welcome, MMC Basi Kamana. I'm just starting my speech now, MMC Kamana. You were on the program to speak before me, but I think we might have to break protocol so that you might just say a couple of words, maybe after the break or so. I know you guys are very much finicky when it comes to protocol. And then to Mr. Aldrich Jerry, somebody that I've met about 3 or 4 years ago when I started on this journey, one of the very first people I met. Mr. Rudy Swart, thank you very much for the introduction as well. And may I say, my own, and then the councillor, Grumpy's and I also come a long way. Grumpy's favorite things that he likes to say to me, or let me say it expression rather, he always says to me, "Vra net vir jou ma en jou pa man." So my parents are both from Schauderville. I'm from Schauderville as well. I attended CO. I attended Adolf Schauder, which is just up the street over here. That's the first school I went to when I struggled to get into a school. I was underage when I went to school. My mother, I hope she's watching on a live stream, but when I went to school, I was actually a year ahead. And then my parents felt that I'm ready to go to school. My parents were both teachers at the time, and they felt I was ready to go to school. I was just wasting my time in creche, and I went all over Schauder. And I was fortunate enough that Adolf Schauder accepted me. I think there was a bit of nepotism involved. My mother was a teacher at Adolf Schauder, and that's how I got in. And then after that, I went over to Frank Hubert. That was my primary school, from standard 2 onwards to standard 5. That's grade 4 to grade 7. And then from there I went over to Galvindale High in Hellenvale, or it's supposed to be Galvindale, but I know for a fact that it is in Hellenvale. I thought it was important to give my background as to where I am from, because first of all, somehow my diary got mixed up. I wasn't supposed to be here. I was supposed to be in Colchester, but due to the rain, we canceled that. But my PA was going through a couple of things, and we were still at the hospital at 1 o'clock this morning with her mum. And so I understand that things can get mixed up. If I knew I was coming here, I would have been dressed as smart as the CEO. So I'm in tackies because I was supposed to be at a walkabout in Colchester. So please excuse the fact that I'm casually dressed this morning. It's a little bit inappropriate, especially in my home suburb of Schauderville. It's no disrespect to all of you present today. Let me start by saying that this feedback session, for me, how vital it is. You would have noticed that I announced the mayoral, not the mayor's 100 days, the mayoral. So it's not my 100 days, but everybody, all the MMCs from the different political parties announced the 100 days plan. So everybody bought into it together with the EDs and so forth. But it's so important that we give feedback, because feedback is one of the pillars of accountability, which we just spoke about, Mr. Swart. It's so important to come back here. We cannot allow the project to start and then things carry on, and then when the project is done, then we say, but this isn't what we expected. And that's how that happened, Mr. Swart, that thing that you were talking about somewhere in the Eastern Cape. And your budget was 37 million for this project, I'm told by the board. So it's 37 million. And that one was 57 or something, you said? 75. And it was just a stand over there. So it's important that we keep ourselves accountable. Accountability, this is one of the main pillars of accountability, is feedback. As much as what it is, feedback and accountability, like Mr. Swart, apologies for mentioning you so many times, but it's also an opportunity to brag, to say, look what we have accomplished thus far. The Moor-Dyke facility is very, very, very close to my heart. Like I said, I was at Frank Hubert, the swimming pool that you spoke of, Grumpy's, all of us that grew up here in Schauderville, who was close to my age. I'm not talking about my guest of honor, who's my son here today. It's the first time he's ever hearing his daddy speak publicly. So I am kind of nervous. Welcome, Shay. But the Moor-Dyke is very close to my heart. It's where I grew up as well. It's where I played my sports. The pool is where all of us learned to swim. And it's one of the strangest phenomena in our society called the northern areas. Why is it so weird for me personally, and why am I so passionate about the northern areas? And this happens in the townships as well. The thing about us in the townships and the northern areas is that why is it in our areas dat dinge net agteruit, alles van ons, if you go and start in Kempston Road and you go and look at the pics, I think some people, there was a guy, I can't remember, it's a comedian guy, he's got this middle snor, he's from the area as well, I don't know what they call it, Butabia. He'll post pics of what Schauder used to look like. Now, how can Schauder, we must evolving, right? Ons raak beter soos dit aangaan. Die wat ons nou in ons hande het. Kyk die kwai phone wat ek het met die pen, ek maak my notes, ek het my speech vinnig geskryf. Why is it that it goes backwards? So, in other words, with time we are getting worse, but technology is going forward. We are the ones that's allowing this to happen. And it cannot be that everything here in the northern areas and in the township goes backwards. Let's compare ourselves to the western suburbs. I always draw this comparison and I'm unashamed about it. And you shouldn't be ashamed about it as well. I get criticized about this, my pro-township, my pro-northern area stance. I get criticized. Why? I don't know. Everybody wants to donate here 5 rand and 10 rand when we're doing raffles, or the people stand at the robots and so forth. But when you tell them the reality of how our communities have been neglected, marginalized, and we say, right, we all agree, right, that the northern areas and the townships have been marginalized. We're in agreement when it comes to that. So let's make it right. Immediately, julle die haat, die way die mense my haat, because I want to make right. I don't understand it. We agree that this community, we are killing each other. When your phone rings at 11 o'clock at night, jy wag soms so om te hoor, wie is nou dood, wie is geskiet. That is how we live our lives. Jy mag nie uit die huis uit gaan na 6 o'clock. People say Helenvale is so dangerous and so dangerous. Go to Helenvale here by 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock. I go there that time. It's the safest place you'll find at 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock in Helenvale. You don't see a soul on the streets. Everybody believes that that's a no-go. There can't be no-go areas in our northern areas. That is what we are trying to change. That is what this Moor-Dyke development of hope is all about. I couldn't wait to come and speak here today. I wasn't supposed to be here, but I had to run. When I got the call, I think I got the call 7 minutes before I got here. I told him I'll be here in 7 minutes' time. I was still in Cleary Park at the time, and we still drove up to the Moor-Dyke. We thought the meeting is up there, and we came here. So excuse me if I'm a bit long in terms of my speech, but this Schauder project is so close to my heart. It's very emotional because I see the trauma. On the other day, on Saturday, for example, I had to go and sympathize with a family where a child was shot by a stray bullet playing soccer. Now, 5 minutes before CO, 5 minutes, he got shot. Before that, he went to his mom and said, "Mommy, can I go play soccer here at Wembley?" Now, Wembley that they refer to Wembley, there's a small patch outside the flats in Bloemendal. That's where my son grows up. He lives in Bloemendal. And it's a small patch. It's not even a tarmac, man. It's where the cars are supposed to be parking. And you went outside, and as soon as he started playing, about 24 gunshots rang out. He's a 14-year-old boy, and he got shot in the back. His father grabbed him, put him in a car, rushed to hospital, on the way to hospital. Unfortunately, he passed away. That is the reality that we face. These are our socio-economic conditions in the northern areas. I don't often get this opportunity to speak my heart about the northern areas. Poverty, crime, drugs, gangsterism. If you mention northern areas, that's all people think of us as. They say PE or Kebega or Nelson Mandela Bay is the armpit of South Africa. Imagine what they're saying about us as the northern areas and the townships. Yes, Krampus, you're right. Something must be done. We must be proud to say that you are now, this is the gateway, you are now entering the northern areas. Mense moet bly is as hulle hier kom. Jy moet, as mense van die Kaap afkom, daar's so baie plekke wat huise wat ek gaan besoek, en sê die mense vir my, Gary, asseblief man, ons het 'n begrafnis, ons kry mense van die Kaap af die naweek. Ek is skaam, kyk hoe loop die sewage hier voor in ons jaartron. That's what we live with. And when we talk about it, dan wil die mense ons amper verkleineer en ons blame dat ons so bly. And the thing that gets to me, that really, I don't understand, it really gets to me, is that raai wie kraak ons die meeste af? Ons. I am from Schauder. Ek het aan my history nou vir julle gegee. As my eie mense my gaan afkraak, hoe gaan ek nog die ander mense gaan fight daar buite om te sê, we deserve the budget that you're referring to, CEO, Mr. Program Director, Rudy Swartz. I cannot fight so many battles on so many fronts as the executive mayor of this metro. I need your support. I keep preaching this thing that a change is going to come, a change is going to come, a change is going to come. I work my backside off. I really do. I really do. Ek is exhausted. Ek slaap nou sit daar 7 o'clock in the aand because I start so early in the morning. Then I wake up during the course of the night to work further again. But I can't do it on my own. Het kan nie net ek is wat so hard werk om die ding te laat werk. I'm passionate about the Moor-Dyke. I'm passionate. The thing about MBDA is the jewel in the crown of this municipality. If we want to get something done, and we want it done in a classy way, gaan kyk maar na die MBDA se projects oral in die northern areas of in die townships. Jy gaan sommer sien. En dan vra ons nou wie die gebou. Nee, hy was die MBDA, nie waaroor hy nie, hy was die MBDA. Now that type of excellence is what we want throughout our municipality, throughout our metro, Utrecht included, Colchester included, where I was on my way to this morning. We have to be proud of where we live and where we come from. Chairperson, you spoke about, you showed us the video. It's so important to secure that asset, you're right. We still, remember I spoke about the 100 days earlier, but the most important thing we need to do, we know the guys, I don't like to call them names, we know what names we call the drug users, the guys that use stick and so forth. We know how they make their livelihoods, how they get their drugs. So what we're busy with now, so everybody's saying, but now, yesterday was exactly a month since I was voted in as the executive mayor. But what we need to do first of all, is secure the asset. And that is what MBDA has shown us with the Helenvale. Kyk, ons praat ons baie sleg van hoe ons paaie is vol potholes en ons lampe hulle werkie en 'n sewage en gangsters, alle goed wat ons aanhou mention van ons mentality sal so. But let me tell you one thing, when I drive through my northern areas, when I come through, en ek kom daar by Galvanhuis se kant en ek gaan af by Vuil Heuwel, en ek kom daar by, net voor ek van Wouga raak, en ek kyk so aan my linkerkant, dan sien ek die mooi sportveld van Helenville. And that is us as a community collaborating, board chairperson. We can collaborate, man. Ons hoef nie af te breek nie. Ons kan saam staan. As 'n storie wat iemand my altyd vertel. There's a story that I tell as often as I can about this man, that's walking on the beach. I see so many familiar faces while I'm talking here. Sorry dat ek julle nog nie gegroet het, ek gaan nou groet. We're supposed to have a break after this, eh? But there's a story of this guy walking on the beach with a bag, okay pakkie. Maar hy het nou klomp krappe gevang, man. He caught, let me speak English. So he bought caught crabs, and he's walking on the beach, and this other guy is walking towards him, and he sees this guy carrying this bag of crabs, and as he's coming nearer to him, he can see that the crabs want to climb out of the bag, and as he gets to him, as that guy gets to this guy carrying the bag of crabs, he tells this other guy, warns him and says, be careful, the crabs are going to climb out of the bag. This guy carrying the bag of crabs replies and says to him, yeah, man, don't worry about these crabs. These are colored crabs. They're going to drag each other back down again. As much as that story is funny and amusing, I find it amusing myself when I tell it, but it's so true. We can't keep doing this, man. Ons kan nie mekaar so neerdruk die hele tyd nie. I've spoken about Helenville. I agree. There is a plan. If you go, I was a speaker before, if you go into the speaker's office today, the plan is actually pasted up. I pinned it up. The Schauder Korsten plan, and you are correct. We must find funds to get that plan executed. Do you know how many plans there are in this metro? Safe city plans, Korsten Schauderville plans, what's supposed to happen in Bloem. It's all plans, it's there. So as julle nou dink, I promise you, as jy dink, jy kom vandag op met 'n great idea, ne? Hy plan is klaar. Kom ons vat die security situation op die oomblik. Stag Mitchell is die MMC van Safety and Security. Daar is soveel planne al reeds om die metro safe te maak. Maar ons execute dit net nie. We don't follow through. We don't hold ourselves accountable. We don't come back, we don't give feedback. Because ons is bang, die mense gaan vra. Die mense gaan vra. As jy bang is om accountable gehou te word, my Afrikaans, ek het oorswitch na Engels toe. If you are scared of being held accountable, don't take this leadership position. Don't. Mr. Swart, Jerry, you know how quickly a community can turn on you. And they turn on you when you don't communicate, when you don't give feedback. That is when you get the criticism. And that's when you feel that, but I'm doing so much, yet people don't see the good that I do. They don't appreciate the good that I do. But leadership, community members, it's time to take hands. I'm going to land there. It's time to take hands. It's the only way. Please, Debbie, what you guys did in Helenville, I don't know how you did it. You tried to explain to me one day what you did in terms of getting the community to protect that field. Remember, it's in the heart of Helenville. It's in the heart of Urban Vogel. It's where the notion is that all these people do is vandalize, steal, break down, murder. I so wish there's a song that a young colored boy wrote in Cape Town. And that song drives me to tears. I mustn't even, it's a rap song luckily, so I can't rap. But it's a song, maybe they can play it while we're having a break. The song goes, not many people know the song, but the song goes, Here help me nasi. As jy wil op YouTube gaan dit help man. And then this colored boy will talk about what it is we do as a community. Ons weet net van afbreek en moord. Those are the things he raps about in his thing. But it's a nice song, but it's very close to my heart because that is the cycle that we need to break. We as a collective. En as die mense, het gaan nie ander mense is die hulle wat die gaan doen vir ons nie. Nobody's going to do it. It's the people that's in this room here today. Schauder se mense is al mense wat Schauder gaan ken verander. Glo my vry, is net Schauder se mense wat Schauder gaan ken verander. Don't expect miracles from people from, let me just say from that side. It's going to be you. And we're going to expect you to get up every morning, work. We all have little gifts. And that's why I was at a conference, a church conference. And the one thing I took away from that conference is that work your gift. It's criminal not to work your gift. As you can bak, gaan bak. En verkoop jou koek, laat jy kan 'n inkomste hê, raak 'n entrepreneur. We depend so much. Oh, that is the one point that I want to land on. Now I'm really landing. The issue of the people always talk about employment. And government must employ government. The government moet vir ons jobs maak. Government doesn't create jobs. Ons kan die EPWP goed te doen. Ons kan dit doen, ja. But the problem or the thing that government must do is government must create an environment in which businesses / SMMEs flourish. That's my responsibility as executive mayor, is to ensure that, and I know there's quite a few SMMEs here today. I'm sure one or two of them are going to speak or question later on, but that is my responsibility. That is our responsibility as a metro, to ensure that you as SMMEs, at the end of the day, if you flourish as SMMEs, you create the jobs. That is what we're supposed to do. That is why we have these directorates called safety and security, economic development, and all these other. We've got 10 different directorates. If those 10 different directorates work at optimum level, then we'll see a change is going to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We're going to welcome the MMC that is going to come and address us as a community. But as we welcome the MMC, Mr. Basi, those that want to maybe have a cup of coffee or a muffin, because we are running behind time in terms of the schedule itself, can quietly maybe just grab a cup of coffee or tea, a muffin, and then we can sit in so that we can continue with the program. So let's welcome. Let's rather than respectfully take a 10-minute break.
Molweni. Good day. Ogandet. Goed dankie, ek kan ook nie klaar nie. Ek sal nie baie lang wees nie. First and foremost, greetings to you, Program Director. Greeting to the Mayor of Nelson Mandela Bay Metro Municipality, the Honorable Gary van Niekerk. But I don't know how he gets it correct to call himself Gary and say van Niekerk. It must be Gary van Niekerk. Greetings to you, Grumpy. My old friend. Greetings to MBDA Chairperson, Mama Glenda. Greetings to MBDA CEO, Uzgali. Greetings to everybody who's here to grace this event, which is about service delivery, which is the essence of local government. It will be a criminal offense if I don't greet my fellow terrorist, Ujiri. We were once branded as terrorists. He was in MK, I was in APLA, but we used to stay together in Klein School. I'm the person of northern areas as well. Klein School, Kliprand, Rock Ridge, that's where I stay. As I have said, I will be very short, like a mini skirt, but long enough to cover the essentials. Reason is that I wouldn't like to repeat what other speakers have already tabled here. It will bore us. Or rather, I'll take a speed of a rat chased by a cat running for its dear life. Okay. We're here today for service delivery. Basically, ours is to ensure that the 3 pillars of democracy are indeed maintained. These 3 pillars of democracy is consultation, mandate, and accountability. We're here for that. I am here accompanied by the able and capable officials of SREC, one of the beacons of hope. Greetings to you, Tata, Didi. Okay? We're here to make a point that we're not only talking service delivery, we are doing it. Because at the end of the day, we want to be judged by our own good deeds as opposed to what we say to the people. Noble sons and daughters of Africa, that facility belongs to you. It is your responsibility to make sure that it is secured. As one of the challenges that we're encountering of vandalism, as the mayor has said here, vandalism is a key challenge in our society. There is a syndicate of vandals who would like to make our city a ghost town. And most of these vandals, we know them. And yet we keep quiet. We organize 10, 20 people and go into Itoi at the city hall about the service that are not provided. You can go now to Finis. You can go to Klein School, fields are vandalized. You go to Motherwell, the MPC has been vandalized. Hence, I would say here, without fear of any contradiction, that people who vandalize public property, that should be declared as an act of treason. And it's us who are suffering. The mayor has correctly said that all these acts of vandalism, they happen only in our areas, the township and the northern areas. Vandalism is not an orphan. It is caused by people. Its parents are drug abuse. Because most of the vandals wants to vandalize and take all those articles and sell them to people so that they can buy drugs. It will be important for us as well to declare a war against drugs and crime. It's only us who can do that. And a nation that cannot defend itself does not deserve to be called a nation. We need to arm ourselves here on the head. We report these acts of vandals. If they are not follow the police, we make a point, we put pressure on them. As I've said, the mayor said that as you're about to land, he said he's about to land and he spoke for 5 minutes again. Ek het gesê gaan nie baie lank wees nie. Baie dankie dat julle vir my luister mooi. I appreciate that. The mayor taught me some little bit of Afrikaans. Ek waardeer dit dat julle was stil gewees vandag. Dankie en geseënde dag.
Prachtig. Weer prachtig, regte waar. Baie dankie, MMC. We are immediately going to hand over to the Secretary of the Project Steering Committee to share the experience of the Project Committee since they were elected on the 21st of April, 2022. Sam, over to you.
Excuse me, guys, I have to read from my page. Good day all, my name is Samantha Cornelius, Secretary of the Moor-Dyke Project Steering Committee. That's the PSC, Secretary of the Moor-Dyke Facility Management Committee, the FMC, Vice Chairman of Hotspurs Football Club, overseeing the senior teams and the ladies team. I would like to welcome you all here today and also thank everyone who took the time out to attend the briefing session in the cold. Just some background regarding the PSC. Early in 2022, an interim steering committee was selected to form part of the committee that would work hand in hand with the client, the contractor, the principal agent, municipality, the councillor, and all other powers that be. A dialogue day was organized on the 21st of April 2022, whereby plus minus 120 members from the community were invited, spreading over numerous sectors, businesses, community-based organizations, sports codes in the Schauder, Korsten area. At the end of the day, a project steering committee was elected from the attendees that were present, and members represented various sectors, for example, churches, youth groups, persons with disabilities, MPOs, SMMEs, various sports codes, clubs, school reps, women reps, to name a few. Along the way, a few members resigned due to numerous reasons, and we also added on the CLO of the project and the ward committee member in charge of sports. We actually have about 3 or 4 ward committee members on the PSC from Ward 11. I would like to introduce again some of our ward our members. Rudy is our chairperson. Then we have Nathan, Eddie, Lavuyo, Denise, Geraldine, Zenovia, Vanessa, Wayne, David is our CLO. How's David? Oh. And myself, Jerry, the counselor, Lionel, Destiny, and Claire. We all form part of the PSC. I don't know if everybody knows the members or they want them to stand so that they would like to know who the members are. If you do get them in the street, then you can approach them. So I think the PSC members can just stand so everybody is aware who they are. Stand up. Okay, sorry for waiting. Okay, so that is your PSC, guys. There's Nathan and Lavuyo over there. Okay, so the role of the PSC is to liaise between the client, the contractor, the CLO, the councillor, and the community. All members on the PSC are to give feedback to the different groups, organizations, clubs that they represent. We have monthly meetings, but in some cases, when we have urgent issues, we normally have to call on a second meeting. We also elected certain members to form part of our labor committee. They assist the CLO and the councillor and the contractor with issues relating to labor and EPWP. The PSC also works closely with Patterson High School and would like to thank the principal, I don't think she's here, Mrs. De Donker, for her patience and understanding during the construction's ups and downs. Some of the highlights we experienced as the PSC, one was there's the TV interview that they done, I think it was late last year. We have various sites visits, and then there was various training programs offered, not only for SMMEs, but for the community members, youth, and NPOs as well. Thank you to Lira for exceptional work, spearing that. Then the main issues we encountered was the site stoppages. The PSC had to mediate between SMMEs, the contractor, and the client to get to a common ground. Again, some of the problems were related to misinformation and miscommunication, and therefore, suggestions were made for the various training sessions to educate the relevant parties. With regards to the progress of construction, the challenges, experience, and the completion dates, I will leave that to the professionals. I think they are here. And my message to the community is that this is one of the biggest projects in our area. And if we as a community do not make this a success, not only during the construction phase, but later after completion, if we do not look after and protect the facility, it might put any future projects at risk. The powers that be might just delay and say we can't even look after a stadium. Do we deserve any future projects? I would like to thank the PSC for their dedication to the project and the community, because the committee is not only focusing on the Moor-Dyke project, but on the broader Schauder Korsten area and its daily challenges. I would like to encourage them to keep up the remarkable work, not to lose hope, and to remember that this project is the doorway to greater things for our area. A special thank you to all the dignitaries here today that have invested their time and committed to making a change in the Schauder Korsten area. Thank you.
Thank you. So now we are going to the real business of the morning to give you the actual reports of where we stand with the project. Just before I call on Lawrence, just to share with you one experience. So one rainy day, our person that is manning the front desk called me and said that there are people that want to see me. So I went up and there was a group of men standing there, rather hectic, serious guys. So they said, "Are you Jerry?" I said, "Yes, I'm Jerry." And I already start to be of a. And they said to me that we are group 3. And I said, "Group 3 from where?" "From Schauder." Like, oh, shucks. Don't follow my eyes. We are in trouble. So to get to group 1 and group 2 was already a mission. Now there's group 3. Like, how are we going to do this? Long story short, normally we have team meetings, and I went to the team meeting and I report to the team that look, there's a group 3 and this is spelling trouble because we have already now divided the packages, and if group 3 is there, it means we need to go back to group 1 and group 2, and group 1 and group 2 is not going to give anything from their packages to group 3, so we are in trouble. This project is not going anywhere. And my colleague, I saw him at the back, Bella said, why don't you just call them together and let them sort it out? Like, yeah, easier said than done. But I said, okay, let's do this. I talked to the chairperson. I spoke to the councillor. Nie regtig baie help gekry nie, but okay. It's like, yeah, fine, Gerald, let's do it. So we convened this meeting in councillor's boardroom. Now, if you have been to councillor's boardroom, it's not the biggest of boardrooms. So I arrived possibly 5 to 5 the evening, myself and Giovanni and Lerato and Luvuyo. And they were already like, I'm going to exaggerate a little bit, Mayor, just to spice it up, you know. So there were already like 20 men that stood outside and waiting for us. So we got in and we sat around the table. And now somebody told me, I'm not going to say it, he said to me, look, hy's nou Mr. Crowdie, and my broek staat te bewe. And he said to me, you see, there stand Mr. G, and that is now Bala. Sorry. And he went on with these serious names, and this is not for me tonight. So as we want to start the meeting, somebody walked in and another person walked in. And there's a groot saal hier, maar 'n klein saal. So at the end we are possibly about 30 men. So not everyone can sit now, so they stand. And now I must know who's group 2 and who's group 1. So the chair is chairing. So when Crow speaks, he says, ek is Crow van group 3. And then somebody else speaks and then says, ek is the mouse from group 1. Right. We are not going anywhere tonight. Maar daar gaan ek eens doen die Schauders mee doen vir dat. So we went through this incredible meeting. And usually I'm trying to be the peacemaker, and I'm like, okay, let's agree, we can talk again. And the chair's like, Jerry, oh, you want, please tell, we saw this thing out tonight. And like, yeah, but I got against it. This is that. It was such a powerful meeting, and to see, so Giovanni, I must put this one in. So Giovanni is Giovanni. If you haven't met Giovanni, please meet Giovanni today. So I must normally call Giovanni off CEO. Giovanni praat, daar's niks filter aan, there's nothing in between, whatever. So now Gio put up his hand, and I'm nervous the whole night, and Gio put up his hand. And I thought, Gio, don't say anything, please. Crow, look the way he's look. Bale, stand there. This is not the time for Giovanni to talk. And Giovanni says, worry, ek is die project manager. En ek sê nou vir julle, die meeting moet nou ophou. Julle is groot manne, die ding moet uitgesort word en is klaar. I'm like, dead. I can't even send a message. Kom haal my julle. Alle groot manne is like, yeah, project manager, now it's right. I'm like, this is not true. This is one of the most amazing of many of those kind of meetings we had in Schauder, Korsten. Absolute commitment from the guys to have the project, to make the project work. They all compromise, they all sit down, talk it out, and we are where we are today through processes like this. Lawrence, the floor is all yours, sir.
Hi everyone. If I can just do a quick introduction. My name is Lawrence Streicher. I'm from a company called Bosch Projects, and we're the principal agents on the project. I'm going to give you now a bit of a breakdown what a principal agent is. But before that, when this dialogue came up, the request was to provide some kind of insight about what is the purpose of the principal agent on the project, but also provide a bit of insight on other aspects as well. Like, for instance, what does this project mean for the community? And I want to just maybe chat to that from a principal agent perspective as well. Plus then also, how best can the community look after this project once it's finished? So, okay, just give me as I talk, you'll see I put my glasses on or off. I can't see like this with my glasses on, but if I've got to read, I've got to put it down. So, yeah, a bit of background just for myself. As I said, I'm from a company called Bosch Projects. I'm a professional construction project manager. Basically, industry, 30 years of experience and so on. My sort of specialty field is, well, to a large extent, developments. But to give you a bit of idea, when the stadium was built, I was involved on the stadium, actually on the pitch side of things. From our side, also I've done various sports facilities, and when this one came along, yeah, it was a fantastic project, you know, to manage and so on. It came with its challenges. We started basically with the, let's say, the conceptual design elements around about when COVID started. So it proved to be quite challenging, you know, in the sense that a lot of meetings you can't have physically on-site with people. You had it virtually. Fortunately, just before COVID started, luckily, and I'm glad those people are still on board, Samantha and Mr. Matthews. They were instrumental in the discussions on the project with the community needs and so on, and I'm so glad that they're still involved on the project. Okay, so yeah, let's just start with what is the role of the principal agent. The principal agent is basically, he's a person there to manage the project on behalf of the client. It's a typical, I'm just calling it definition now. So his role there is to basically manage the project. Okay, so yeah, let's say represented manage the project on behalf of the client. Now, in terms of that duties, there's certain key duties he's got to fulfill basically for the client. And I'm just going to list them quickly. One is to ensure the project is within time and budget. So in other words, he's got to coordinate this on behalf of the client typically. He's got to make sure the contract is still on progress to complete by the due deadline. He still has to check basically what is the budgets like. Can the project still complete within budget? Remember, if you don't control that before you know it, basically those kind of costings runs away with you. And you're sitting with challenges at the end of the day. You know, how do you complete this project if there's not enough finances left? So that's one thing that the PA's got to do. He's got to basically make sure through the whole project life cycle that the project is managed properly, carefully, with the due diligence to ensure it's completed within time and on budget. Unfortunately, those kind of things is not always that simple to do, but it's a question of holding your thumb on it all the time. So, besides that duties, you know, in order to basically do it, it's got to, what we typically do to monitor the progress from our side on the project, we typically have meetings with the contractor. Normal frequency is every second week. Once a month we've got a formal meeting, and then every second week we've got actually a technical meeting with the contractor on site. So those interaction is crucial to make sure things are still progressing as it should. Then we've got to make sure from our side that the contractor that builds a facility has sufficient information to build the facility. If you don't give him that information, then he's going to stand. So, especially on this project, it's quite a challenge to make sure he's got all the information necessary as and when required to construct the facilities. Just from an implementation point of view, we also regularly meet with him, as I mentioned, to discuss technical matters, and then yeah, when it comes to payment, make sure, measure the work, certify the work is done, certifying for payment. It's one of those crucial steps you've got in the contract to make sure the contractor pulls with due diligence and he is able or is able to complete the facility by let's say the due deadline. Now, in terms of the PO's role, yes, he's got to act there on behalf of the client, but he's not only there for the client. PA, the principal agent, also has to act with fairness to all parties. That means, and I'm just talking in general, I'm not referring to this project specifically, fairness maybe, well, let's say the contractor has been delayed, and in cases the contractor may request what we call extension of time, and with that extension of time he might want to request, let's say, additional compensation for delays. Now, as principal agent, we've got to act fairly. In other words, if he was standing outside his control, then you've got to rule in his favor. So it comes down to fairness. Principal agent also got to be fair in terms of how he manages the project on behalf of the client. Impartiality is also maybe a good term for it. So principal agent also has to be impartial in terms of all decisions he makes on site, and so on. So yeah, that's just in a nutshell basically what the principal agent is. He's there to minister on behalf of the client, but also be fair and impartial in all aspects of the project, be neutral in matters and so on. So yeah, looking at the client's interest, but looking at other parties' interests as well. Now, when it comes to basically just give me a second, yeah. Let's say in terms of, let's say, what the project may mean for the community. Now, Mr. Taba elaborated basically on the background of this project. It comes from a master planning that was done for the Schauder area actually back in 2015. So one of the key things that came out of this master plan, and I'm going to just mention it in another context as well, that actually surprised me and struck me when I became involved with the project. This is just the extract of the master plan I'm going to read quickly. A major part of public and cultural life in Korsten, Schauder is associated in some way to the sporting codes. And I must say, when I became involved and I met Samantha and Mr. Matthews, I was so impressed with how active the community is in this area. A lot of projects I've done, community centers, sporting facilities, I've never really got the buy-in from the community. Yes, almost the community drives the project in terms of, I'm not saying it gets implemented what they want, but they've got a very strong, decisive impact that they had on this project to say what the requirements are, where the needs is, what the background is of the project. I haven't found it in other projects. So I think, just on my side, I think the community of Schauder can be lucky to have people like that on board that drives the project like that. I think from the client itself as well, the MBDA, I'm also very impressed with how they've been on board to the project, not just leave us as the professional team doing what we want. The MBDA is also very strong in terms of knowing what the community needs. And then basically, last aspect was how best for the community to look after this investment. And what I've picked up in the past, and I just want to encourage the community going forward here, in a year's time, we're going to see this facility being completed. It's going to be made operational. But that period, that first few years afterwards, and actually continuing from there afterwards, I'm going to say it bluntly, don't just leave it to the metro to look after the facility. It's a community facility, and I think it's very crucial for the community of Schauder to be involved in looking after that facility. Long after we've finished 10 years, 20 years' time, it's up to you to make sure this facility has been taken care of, and so on. And I think once it's completed, it's going to be a fantastic facility that all of you can be proud of what you've done and achieved through your interaction with the various role players on this project. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, Lawrence. Now we ask Lawrence to come in because many times we don't hear about the principal agent. We only see the contractor, and we thought we want to give the community the full picture of how projects are operated. So when you hear they talk about a client, they talk about MBDA, the PA, now you know that is the principal agent. And now we are going to give to the man that must do the job, that must ensure that the project is successfully implemented. Mr. Ibrahim Smith, the boss of Prokaya, the floor is all yours, sir.
Good evening, everyone. Oh, good evening, good afternoon. It's been such a long day. First and foremost, I've been asked to address and spell out the role of the contractor. But I must first greet the executive mayor, or the MEC officials, the MBDA CEO, the MBDA's officials, the project manager, the social facilitator, Mr. Jerry, councillor, nice seeing you again, the principal agent, my SMMEs and my contractors and my suppliers. And if I've missed anyone, apologies. Firstly, I need to explain you who I am. My name is Ibrahim Smith. I schooled in St. Thomas in Schauder, long time ago. I'm also a soccer player. I played against your famous team called Hospers. 1968, we knocked them for 68 and 69. Under 12, we were the best team. No goals scored against us, played on the Moor-Dyke many times. So I've also got lots of family. I see some family members of mine in the meeting. Got lots of family based in Schauder. We don't call it Schauder, we call it Schauder. That's what we call it. I grew up as a Schauder. So we got a lot of family, got a lot of connection to Schauder. Ek het baie by Sissi gebly. Sissi het die beste koeksisters gemaakt en Antini het die beste samosas gemaakt. En so het ons maar aangegaan deur die jare. I've also got my eldest cousin that was staying of the family staying in Schauder, and he was earmarked to protect me. Because I grew up in Garvendale, born in Garvendale, and we played in Schauder. And I don't see my mentor that was allocated when I was a very young boy, but I'm sure he reminds me from time to time. Onthou ek het agter jou gekyk. Jou ouer neef gesê ek moet agter jou kyk. So we got a strong connection in Schauder. We also constructed an arena place of safety sometime in 2003. We also built the 10111 Center in 2010. That's within the locality of Schauder. We then got awarded this fantastic contract what we are here for, and I'm here to give feedback on my role. But I needed to take a step back to say that I'm from this area, I schooled in this area, played in this area, my family is from this area. And Schauder in my time was probably the best area to be in. There was no other area better than Schauder. We had our long-arm dances in the Obama Hotel, you can remember all of that. And I suppose, Mr. Killian, I probably played against you in our time, but I was a bit of a pickaninny then. But we spent a lot of time in the Moor-Dyke. So in terms of what I'm here to speak about, we are Prokaya Construction. I'm the contract director. My name is Ibrahim Smith. Someone knows me as Eden Smith as well. We've been awarded a contract. We're very honored to have been awarded a contract, and we've got an obligation to fulfill contractual obligation. But within that contractual obligation, we must ensure the success of the project. However, the success of the project not solely rests upon one person. It's impossible. It's a collective effort of the employer, the consultants, the principal agent who spoke before me, the designers of the project, the appointed subcontractors, the appointed SMMEs, as well as the suppliers and everyone associated, the CLO being one, my health and safety being one, and our site agents being one. But ultimately, we are responsible for the construction of the project, and we've got a start and we've got an end date to that project. It's always very difficult. There's a lot of some minefield to navigate from start to end. I had the privilege of working with the Ward 11's SMMEs on the Galvindale AstroTurf. We also were very privileged to have worked with the MBDA on the Helenvale Tusang Center, as well as the Helenvale soccer field, the sports field, with Mr. Taff being as the project manager. So we've been around in the northern areas. I live in Malabar, so I'm still based in the northern areas. I don't think I'll ever leave the northern areas. However, in terms of my role as a contractor, I get awarded a contract. I need to perform under that contract irrespectively. And as the principal agent said, if I feel there is room for me to ask for any additional time, I'm entitled to ask for that additional time, provided that I provide the necessary backup and documentation. So I want to just give you a timeline of where we are and when we started. The contract was started, we signed the contract on 19th of April 2022. We were handed site on the 22nd of April 2022. We commenced we commenced physical work on 11th of May 2022, and our construction period at time of tender contract is 24 months. We should complete the contract. Our practical completion is somewhere around 20 July 2024. We've been asked to accelerate the project. In a meeting, and I was quite taken aback, and only my reaction at that point when I was asked to accelerate the project, I just burst out laughing. I didn't have a response. I apologized to Ms. Hendricks. I said, apologies, that wasn't meant as anything when she asked me, please accelerate this project. We want to hand it over in December, and I didn't have an answer. It was just such a shocking thing for me to hear that I need to cut off something like 7 months of the project. However, we have, it is our intention, ma'am, it is definitely our intention. We have to express our intention to our project manager, Mr. Levuyo, and including the principal agent. In terms of where we are, we're somewhere around about 58% on the project, 50, 59, call it 60% on the project in terms of its completion. We also have been able to expedite the work by working weekends and Sundays now. In the summer, we probably work later hours. And I think I'm not going to talk about the challenges we had, but my biggest challenge, Councillor, and I'm addressing you directly, and I'm addressing the business, the leadership of the community directly, and I'm begging you on my knees, with tears in my eyes. We got a problem on site. We got a theft problem on site. Every day, our guarding, who is from Schauder, I'm talking Schauder because that's how I know it, from Schauder, is threatened to pull off site. They cannot take they say their lives are at risk. They are stealing constantly every day. The site is big. They're at one corner. They go to the next corner. Then someone has broken in. It takes them minutes, and they've created huge damage. Cabling has been stolen. We always see the community as a first line of defense, irrespectively. We always see the PSC as our first line of defense whenever we move on to a project. But in this particular, on the Moor-Dyke, and particularly in Schauder, we have this major problem. We never had it when we were constructing the Narina. We never had it when we were constructing the 10111 Center. but we have it currently, and we know what it is. A hungry man is an angry man. So I plead to the community and I plead to the PSC to please assist us and to assist us with this theft. Our insurance is going to, we are putting so many claims through, sooner or later they're going to withdraw as well. We've asked our security company, which is from this area, to please give us this week. We knew about this feedback meeting coming up, and I sneaked it into our project manager. I say, I'm going to talk about nothing else. I'm not worried about my role here. I'm not going to talk about my role. I'm going to talk about the theft. Councillor, community leaders, PSC, please help us. We're crying out for help. We cannot continue anymore. It's very, very difficult for us. So in that vein, I think I'm done. I'm going to do it before I start crying.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Thank you, my Ibrahim. And now I ask Debbie to say a few words because this is it. This is what this day is all about. So before I'm going to call on the next presenter, my boss.
Good morning, friends and colleagues, comrades from Schauder. Everybody comes here and says their roots in Schauder. Isn't it ironic that a colored girl from the northern areas, I can only say Vani, maar Bethelsdorp, Salsonieville, Hillside, but started in Korsten. My family home is in Petty Street. My maiden surname is Africa. So if you know the Sonop and Waldorf and allerlei interessante plekjes, those were family businesses in the time. My uncle constructed some of the churches in Schauder, the Methodist church. Uncle Willie, Africa, that owned the bottle store in Durban Road. So this is my home turf. I must account there to the Africa clan, Badunya. So it's a strange thing to be standing in a professional position, but knowing that as ons mense, as my mense, it's a very important component to deliver this project in this community, in this time. There's something called providence in the Bible. Ask your neighbor what that means. I'm not going to say. What I want to do this morning is actually just say thank you to my team. I don't do that enough. I'm just like Mr. Smith has said, is just the deadline, the budget, targets, what are you guys doing? So I'm just cracking the whip. Mr. J, Ulegada, is it sorted? I just want to know it's sorted. I don't want to know what the problem is. I just want to know what the plan is. But I just wanted to say thank you specifically. Community members, I thought to maybe just give a little insight on the life of a practitioner in the field. Is Giovanni still here? Giovanni is he still here? He left, right? So Giovanni started off as the project manager. I wanted to ask his permission, but he's given me permission because I've told the story before. Giovanni started off as the project manager on this project. And Giovanni actually was the project manager on a project in New Brighton, Singapi Street, where he was held at gunpoint 3 times, told in the construction site to lay on the floor with the gun pointed on his head. We work in a very different environment. And then you ask that young man the next day to go back into that community, continue with his work as if nothing happened. We've had similar experiences in Helenvale. We haven't had such an experience in Schauder Korsten yet. We hope not. But it's a privilege for us to be serving our community. So when you deal with my team, please, I'm begging you, these are people with families, young colored youngsters, that comes from our area. Giovanni went to Calvin High School. Giovanni is a civil engineer. And I've had to ask him to step back from the project because he needed some time to recover, and reassign him elsewhere because this project had a lot of pressure on it. Like Mr. Ibrahim said, that it was late, a year in starting, so we had to make up time. And the pressure was getting to everybody. Then I assigned a young engineer, Mr. Levuyo Manjo, to the project. I want to welcome him. He's a bit of a superstar in our office, a very humble man. You will never say that he carries the credentials that he does, but level-headed, trustworthy, a person of integrity, Mr. J, and will walk in and will no doubt give instruction and manage the business of the day in a professional manner. You are lucky, if not blessed, I prefer the word blessed, to have him assigned to this project. His family is not even here. His family is somewhere in Johannesburg. But come 8 o'clock at night, over weekends, Mr. Manjo is on this project. I sometimes have to say, Mr. J, okay, it's time to go home now. I want you to look after him. He's an asset. He will carry this project through. If anything happens to him, I have nobody else to assign to this project. We're going to walk away. In New Brighton, what we've done, project managers were threatened. We pulled out. People went to the young lady's house, her mother's house, and we pulled out of this project. So there's something seriously wrong in our society. It's not people from outside working here. It's us working here. So with that words, I just want to, Mr. Manjo is going to take you through the project detail, but maybe just on the, I don't always do this, it's not actually appropriate, but I want you to understand that the commitment and the heart that we're bringing to this project is not, we don't take it lightly. It's going to take all of us. So you've got our commitment. We are sure of yours, and if we've got that mix and that recipe, we can't fail. I think the next big challenge is how do we look after that facility. Let's get it constructed first. Mr. Manjo is going to tell us all about that.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, boss, for such kind words. You're going to make me cry now before I even speak. So maybe before I get into that, in abstention, I want to recognize our executive mayor who was here, and I know the deputy couldn't be here, and MMC who came, councillor, we've got the vice president of SAFA and current president of NAFA now here. We've got, we had our board chair, Mama GP, who was here, and we've got one of the board members sitting quietly at the back, Mr. Moolman. We recognize you, sir, as well. And to my boss, Mrs. Debbie Hendricks, and our MBDA team, my, what do I even call you, leadership? This is a man who really keeps me centered in the project. I also want to acknowledge Mr. Manengela, who is here representing ESREC. He is Mrs. Shaman Williams' right-hand man, I believe. It's good to have you, sir. And most importantly, to the community of Schauder. Thank you for coming out in this weather just to hear where your project is and what's currently happening. So I'm aware of the time, and we've been here for a little while. Councillor, I feel like I skipped you somewhere there. How could I do that? Councillor has trusted us with a big responsibility in his area. Councillor, thank you so much. We appreciate for making your venue, available for our meetings in short notice as well. So my apologies for, I had this whole thing in my head, yeah. So I'm trying not to, check my notes and all of that so I can speak a little bit better from here. So with that, let's get to the business of today. I'm just going to tell you a little bit about where we come from. Ms. Debbie mentioned that we started a long ways. I think it was 2014, was it? Yo, that was a long time. Eddie remembers dates. Okay, if you're looking for the dates, Eddie is the man to talk to. Thank you, Eddie. And when we finally got going with the project, it was Bulelani Maha, I'm not sure where he's here, where's Bele, who started and got the ball rolling and the planning and all of that. And then Geo came in and took that process forward all the way through to procurement. I think Bele was still also involved in that before he was pulled into a different responsibility. And Geo came, and then just as we were hitting the ground, then I was deployed to have the privilege of seeing this project through. So Moor-Dyke comes out of the master plan that has been mentioned earlier today. And I'll just give a little bit of backstory that I came across around Moor-Dyke and what the initial concept was when we started. Because when we started, we were talking about a facility of 20 million rand, and you will see why that was. And it's since grown through the different engagements we've had with the community, with PSC, with SREC, and the sporting fraternity as well through their input. And then I'll talk us through the progress. I almost felt like I'm not sure what else to tell you now because that little video that was played earlier kind of give you the progress. You can see where we are more or less, but it's always good to verify these things with numbers. And then just a personal word of gratitude from myself to different people that are involved in this process. So out of that plan came, these were some of the mega projects that were identified, if I can put it like that, some sports facilities, the industrial potential of Schauder Korsten, as well as the housing development that still needs to take place here, the transportation, the commercial side, civic, and also on the roads, as you drive through along our main roads, you will see the sidewalks. That work has started to happen, and as well as the urban agriculture. This one I'm particularly interested in. I don't know if it's my rural background. I grew up with, oxen and the plow and all of those things. When you say, agriculture, and then I get really energized. I'm really hoping that as a community we will eventually get to this one because we can have houses, we can have all of these things, but if we don't have food to eat, we still have a major problem. So I really, given the potential of Schauder Korsten, I really hope that this could be the area where we start with one of these projects. And then we've done some play parks that I'll talk to just now. I think my thing just died here. All right, sorry, I'm going the wrong way. Sure, this is where we are. Okay, so out of those projects that came out of the master plan, so we are busy with Moor-Dyke at the moment. I think I love to hear that it is a gateway project, and I can hear and see the pride of the community and all the stakeholders around this project. And on the roads, as I mentioned, some sidewalks are happening. Neves, I think there's a conversation to be had around Neve Park, but today is not about that, but we need to revisit that at a future date. Moor-Dyke, Sam, you must now correct me at our PSC meeting if I get this wrong. I understand that this was and still is the home of Hotspurs FC, Moor-Dyke, right? Okay, and how it came to be named, I think it was named after a gentleman named Mr. Moor-Dyke, who spearheaded the first sort of construction of a formal playing field. Back in the days, that took them about 3 years to complete, to actually have a decent playing field, and aided by the coaches of the time, Mr. Magnus, Mr. Moses, the guys that were around at the time, and the team that, and the families of those team members that were playing there. So what the initial scope was, as I mentioned, this was supposed to be a sort of 20 million rand project. The initial scope consisted of the fields, which we still have, and then the pavilion. Quite some changes have taken place around the pavilion. It was supposed to be an open-air pavilion. It was basically a canopy on some concrete columns that is open there at the top. And the community said, oh, you know, we can't have that. You know, how are we supposed to hold weddings here? How are we supposed to have, you know, these type of functions here? If this thing is open there, the dust is going to blow here, rain is going to come in here. And now go rethink this whole thing. So, but obviously the implications of that was budget. I don't think it was done so intentionally. It was designed around the budget that was available at the time. And graciously, the city made more budget available, so we were able to actually meet the needs of the community, the sporting fraternity, and other stakeholders around Moor-Dyke. And the courts are still part of that, as well as the cricket practice nets. Those are just some of the initial scope of work. So well, we started off with this. I actually didn't ask. Oh, there we go. I've got a clicker, a pointer. So we started off with this layout where the cricket pitch or field with the pitch was supposed to be on the top side. If you're familiar with the site, Gampet Street is here, and the school is here, this side. So we started off with our soccer field is going to be down at the bottom. And through many engagements, I think Lawrence has also the history of that, and Gio and Bele would have, and even Mr. J would have the history of how it was decided that no, let's swap these things around. This needs to move up here and the cricket down there. And here, this is where the old clubhouse sits. And then we were going to have our basketball here. But through those same engagements, the feeling was at the time that, you know, yes, basketball, but perhaps maybe we can combine that with netball because it's a growing sport. Yes, it's here and it's a growing sport, so that we can allow some outdoor physical activity space there to be created, and that was agreed. So after much of those discussions and talks, we ended up with, okay, this is sort of a 3D model of that open air pavilion. So it was going to look like this when it's finished. And it is now, this is important because I don't want us, because I know some of us from previous discussions, this is a picture that you have. This has since changed through engagements with various stakeholders on the project. It was decided that this one is not a very long-term, it's not going to assist, because once these steel members start to rust and go and having to replace and have them made and all of these things becomes a headache for the municipality. So let's rather go with something that's more durable, low maintenance, that will last many generations to come. So I will share that with us also just briefly. And then on the side, what I mentioned earlier on, so basically this is the side elevation of that building, where these are supported on columns here, but this is open here. There's nothing that blocks you know, wind and dust, you know, coming through under the roof there. So that's what I meant by open air pavilion. So this is what it was supposed to be, and obviously the community and ASREC and the other stakeholders said, no, let's rethink it, and we did, and we listened. So currently this is our layout as we have it now. As I stated, the fields have moved up now along Gampet, and these are the two soccer fields, and this is the cricket field down at the bottom, and this is the famous pavilion building. And I'll talk us through some of these just with pictures. It's kind of difficult to make sense of it now because it's quite a big drawing. But this is the clubhouse. This is the outdoor gym area now, and this will be the netball combined with basketball here, and storeroom, some cricket nets there, and some overflow parking at the end there. And then, so this is now what we are going for. This is what we are trying to build now. I really just feel a little troubled that my pictures here are a bit pixely. But so it was decided that since we are not proceeding with the steel roof structure because of the problems that I mentioned earlier, we're going with concrete. This is stone, basically. This will last for many years, and especially if we look after it very well. So the 3D model of it looks something like this. This is what we can now expect. This is what now, hopefully in a couple of months from now, we will be, the dignitaries will be cutting ribbon on something of this nature. Now on to the progress of the project itself. We are currently sitting at approximately 68% in terms of the work. And let me mention, though, that we are going to enter a rather technical part of the construction now, especially around the pavilion building. To build this has been one of Mr. Smith's biggest headaches. You know, when we hire engineers and architects and they come up with all of these beautiful things, and we are excited. We look at this and we like this. This looks amazing. Now the contractor has to sit and try and build that. You know, it might look simplistic from out here, but to make that roof look like that in a concrete poured all at once on the inside is a story that you don't want you don't want to be part of, really. So we are sitting with that coming over the next couple of months, but our contractor is finally positioned himself to be able to do that after a few months of planning and consulting with different people to bring on board in his team. So some of those photos that you saw, I'll show you again just to give you context of what's what. The heritage building, which is, we call it the heritage, but that's basically the old sports club, right next to the caretaker's cottage. We're sitting at about 90% completion there. We're just putting roof now, it's plastered inside, we're going to cast the floors and everything. So this one in the next few months will be completed. And the pavilion building is sitting at about 45%. As I mentioned, there is quite a lot of planning that has been required for this one. It's not a matter of, it's not a simple thing of boxes and in terms of shuttering and all of that. So, but yeah, the soccer field have been completed since December, and I'll share more about that just shortly. And the cricket pitch is currently underway. Sorry, I jumped there. That's also some of the photos that you saw. In fact, there's a little bit more progress that's been made now from the last photos that you saw. Those were taken early in June. And then the access road on the side there, the service building. So as you can see, roughly, you know, all of this combined brings us to that progress. Now, this is one of the most, this is one of the elements of the projects I'm really proud of, because this is the SMME component of the works. And I'll share a little bit more about SMMEs and our process with them shortly, but these are the packages that they were given, and this is the total value of their participation on the project currently. I'm sure that number will look slightly different because we've added some things there just now. So, but this is what they are busy doing, and it's been so refreshing for me because SMMEs are always known for bad quality work. And it's been so refreshing to see SMMEs from this area who are proud of what they are doing, who are able to produce quality work. And the management thereof, Mr. Smith can maybe at the next one will tell you about it, but for me, it's a point of pride because whenever criticism is made on a project, the entry point is always the SMMEs. And it's quite a different thing in this project, and that's been one of the highlights for me. And then, yeah, in terms of that, those packages, this is where they are currently sitting. Some of their work hasn't started yet. Obviously, we're still putting roofs on some of the buildings, things like tiling and ceiling and things like that. Painting has not started. But some of the big ones, we are almost coming out and just about complete. And just to take us through the site now, this is the clubhouse that I spoke about. The roof sheeting has already been placed on this building, and I know the trusses were put on that one, and we're just waiting for, I believe, the supplier, or I think Lawrence knows the detail here, who we're waiting for here to put this also here. and looking quite messy. This has been one of our challenges for the most part in this month. Though we need the rain desperately, but it has meant for us that we are delayed quite a little bit on some of the things that we wanted to do, but we are still overall on track on the project, thanks to Mr. Smith and his team for pushing and allowing me to also push them together with the professional team. And this is the soccer field we saw on the video. This was built by, let me just go back here a little bit. Okay, maybe this one is not such a great picture. I'll show you on the pavilion. This was done by an SMME, this field. Built by an SMME from start to finish. So this is the sort of thing that I'm talking about, that these guys are quite serious. So just from the sort of southern side of the site looking north, this is what the site looks like. This is the cricket field I was talking about. Grass planting has started, and I think we've made quite a bit more progress now than when this photo was taken. And this is the pavilion and the others that I started off with over there. This is the pavilion. Maybe let me just go to the next one. There we go. Okay. This is this is a very technical. It requires a very technical effort to be able to build. But again, to our contractor and his suppliers, we are going to put our floors soon. As soon as we get a little bit of a break from the rain, we're going to be putting the top floor here, and then we're going to be putting up our columns to get ready for that roof before we can put the walls in between there. And in conclusion, the project is currently on track, it's on program, even though we started a little bit late because of the process of appointing the CLO, but we managed to make up some of that time. And I do have to mention, I think, led by Mr. George Jerry sitting here today, chairing with Mr. Swartz, that the MBDA has spared no effort in ensuring that our relationship with the SMMEs is functional, it's growing, and they are realizing their value as a stakeholder in the project rather than a nuisance. So I want to appreciate my leader for leading a lot of these processes and a lot of these discussions and chairing these. And you might think that, you know, the reason, in fact, there are even papers written about this, why do projects fail? Currently now, SMMEs are on top of the list of why projects fail. And sometimes it's not always SMMEs. Sometimes things don't always work out even in the professional teams. We've had our own challenges that we won't go into, but thanks to Bosch, and they were able to resolve things, and the project was not affected. Again, I am grateful to the boss that I have for, in fact, what the board chair said is the MBDA way. We talk to everybody. We engage with everybody. So, yeah, and sometimes we don't always get the result that we want, but the project is going. And second last, the PSC has played such a critical role on this project. I cannot overstate that fact. They have played such a critical role here, and amongst some of these difficult discussions we have with SMMEs, Sam mentioned that sometimes guys told us, no work tomorrow. You know, that's it, we are unhappy, we want this or that or whatever. And it's the PSC that jumps in and intervenes and help the mood to calm down. Okay, guys, let's come around the table. And I think one of the things that I appreciate is there's a document that exists that was crafted by the MBDA through the initiation of Mr. GJ that was adopted by the PSC that we call Rules of Engagement. That is such a critical guiding document because we always think of that before we act. So one of the reasons we have not had many site stoppages is because of such things and how this PSC is implementing that and holding that. And guys, I really want to hold you up just for your strength. I know that you face opposition, strong opposition sometimes, very strong characters and individuals who push things, and you're standing firm because you believe in this project. So I wanted to really just honor that. And then lastly, I think in the last few months, we went through a process with the SMMEs of capacitating them on certain things. One of the things that's coming out for me is what my boss, Mrs. Hendricks, said in one of our projects in Helenville. She said, the bus must keep moving. And I love that, and I love to see that the community of Schauder, especially our SMMEs, are also starting to adopt that. That we can have our differences, we can argue about this and about that, but the bus has got to keep moving. So one of the reasons that the site stoppage is kind of like the last card that we play is they also believe that the bus needs to keep moving, because we are not doing this for ourselves, we're not doing this for SMMEs, PSC, or whoever. We're doing this for the community of Schauder. The community is waiting for this sports field, and they are keen to get in there and make use of it. And that is that. And on a personal note, I just again wanted to, I cannot stress this enough. Again, thank you to you, PSC, under the leadership of Mr. Swartz, and our CLO, Mr. Baxter, who quietly does his thing. And thank you, sir, for the work that you do. Your input and your role and your guidance is much appreciated by me and the team as well. And the SMMEs, I saw them earlier, but they are not here now. Well, I don't see them now, but they were here also earlier. But also, I wanted to express my gratitude for their growth, if I can put it like that. And I mean this with respect, that sometimes, collars get hot in these discussions, and sometimes there's a lot of, loud speaking, but they recognize that without us talking to one another, we're never going to find one another. So I wanted to just honor that and say we recognize it as a team. Thank you to the professional team, Lawrence, for handling things always. I know we are not at the end of the project yet, we're just about halfway, but for handling things with the goal of we want to complete the project, successfully. And yeah, you've had your own challenges, with your team, but you're holding up, and that's great. And to Mr. Smith, Lionel is not here, Pascal is not here. I saw the TLB on site this morning, outside there digging. So that's how committed we are. Rain days or no rain days, if there's something to be done, we do it now. That's the point where we're at. Thank you, Mr. Smith, for leading the team for Moor-Dyke. And I know that I do have to say this. I probably contribute to a lot of your high blood pressure problems these days. And Procaya is a very competent contractor. Mr. Smith mentioned a couple of projects they've done here. And there's absolutely no question about that. But because of the commitments that we have to the city, I often have to lean on him. I mean, I did state that they are currently, moderately ahead of program. It's not like we're talking we are behind program. They are at the very least, they are on program. But I know they've got a few weeks that they are ahead by. But I'm on top of them, and I want certain things done because we made certain commitments to the city, and the city has committed the funds to the project. So I appreciate you, sir, for just being flexible. For not. I think you are one person that, as a contractor, that I can say you see the big picture. Because you can so easily just throw the book at everybody, because contractually, this is my right, contractually, you can always just do that. But you understand what we are trying to do, and you bought into that. And thank you to you for that. And the community of Schauder, I know not all of you are visibly there, and some of you are not on site, obviously, but I appreciate the support that we have. And I think if we can just assist Mr. Smith with his plea, just be our eyes, be our ears. You don't have to be the person to go point to where something is. We've got a PSC that is very discreet. Just get the message across and say, hey, this one, you know, we will take it from there. But we really need your support for the project to be saved from some of its challenges as highlighted by the contractor. And then lastly, the friends of the projects, there are people that are so invested in this project. Sometimes they will advise me of certain dangers that I don't see. Things that are not even in my radar, so to speak. And I really appreciate that, because at the end of the day, they don't want anything disrupting this project. So thank you, everybody, and that is me, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Manjo. Yeah, I've got so many staaltjies om te vertel, but I'm not going to. The only thing that I can say is that ek is 'n baie kouerige oom, my oom. So ek wil 3 broeke aangetrek het vanoggend en nou se ek spyt that I've got only the one on. I wanted to put on 3 in Synovia. Synovia, you have heard a lot about the SMMEs. You next to tell us your side of the story. We are working towards finishing. I think we've got 1, 2 items after Synovia. Synovia, over to you, my dear.
Good afternoon, everybody. Ek like a mic. Okay. Thank you, everybody, firstly, for joining us today. We are grateful for MBDA for bringing this project. Actually, Councillor as well. We are the SMMEs. Ja, ons is baie moeilike mense, but I think we are more manageable. I am Synovia Atwell, and I am an entrepreneur. Mr. Smith, you haven't met me before, so I am part of Rudy's formation, Mr. Swart's formation. And Mr. Manjo, firstly, can I ask all the SMMEs to stand up? These are the SMMEs, Mr. Manjo. So, Mr. Smith, you have seen the rest of us. Rudy is our chairperson, Nathan is our other chairperson, and now we have Eddie also as a chairperson with his formation. So, firstly, thank you, Mr. Smith. We have 18 local employees under Procaya. Thank you for employing our local labor and teaching them. I'm not going to go into the SMME's labor so much, as we know Mr. Swartz will give you a background of what they have and what they are currently doing, as he's our chairperson. We want to say thank you, Debbie, and your team for bringing the project to the Schauder Korsten. We are grateful for you guys for bringing the employee level down in our community. Councillor is struggling really. Our community is suffering. And you guys have brought employment to our community. We want to say thank you for that. Mr. Ibrahim Smith, thank you from the Schauder Korsten side for teaching us as SMMEs and helping us grow and guiding us with this construction that we are busy with now. I'm going to give over to Mr. Rudy Swartz, because Nathan is now not here, to give us a background on the SMMEs that's currently busy on the Moor-Dyke.
Okay, thank you, Synovia. But basically, I think Mr. Manjo and Mr. Smith have touched on what we are participating in as SMMEs. Mr. Manjo had a slide in terms of where the SMMEs participate in. It's in the brickwork. It is in the sewer line, the stormwater line. We are participating in the curbing, paving, the landscaping, the fencing, the painting, the tiling. So with all that opportunities that has been created for us as SMMEs, I think as Sanovi have said, and Mr. Manjo correctly also have said that for many of us was a very first opportunity for us to showcase who we are, to showcase what we can do. And if you look at the magnitude of this project, a lot of trust has been given unto us to deliver at the end of the day. And I'm proud to stand here on behalf of the SMMEs, hearing the positive reflection, the positive input that has been given in terms of how the SMMEs have produced in terms of the quality of work. Yes, maybe not in terms of timing and so forth, because remember, we are still learning, we are still growing. And with the guidance of the contractor, his team that we are basically working with in the form of Lionel, in the form of Pascal, with the experience, Mr. Manjo, that they have, it's just a phone call away for us in terms of when we are stuck with our project plan, stuck with in terms of what we are supposed to do. They are always there to assist us. They are always there to help us. They are always there to guide us. And we are really, as young entrepreneurs, we are grateful for that opportunity that has been given to us. We can proudly stand here, David, and say that we have created a number of opportunities in terms of employment. And as Sanovi have said that, we know the unemployment level that is high in our community. We can proudly say that we have given opportunity to youth, skilled labor, semi-skilled. We had an opportunity to give back also to the community. And not only for ourselves, but we ensure some of our teams is actually too many in terms of the team itself, but we refuse to cut some of the heads because we understand that on that person that is working there, Jerry, that laborer, there is 10 family members that is dependent on that salary that comes back. And that's why we also want to give back to our community. I'm not going to take a lot of time. Sanovia put me actually on the spot to speak on behalf of the SMMEs, but that is from us as EMEs, Chairperson. Thanks.
Thank you, Amrut. Thank you, Amrut. Before questions and answers, we just have one last item. Now, just before I'm calling on Mr. Lulama, I just want to explain context. Now, myself and Rudy and Edward and them, we are not as cool as we seem now in front of you. So sometimes in the PSC meetings, things go hectic and we are all angry at each other. And Edward would sort us out and MBDA this and MBDA that. And then I'm still very angry. And then 6 o'clock in the morning, my phone would cling, cling, cling. And then it's Edward with vraag vir Jerry. Ons kom al 20 jaar aan. Ek is nog kwaad vir die man oor sy gestreiery. Rudy, myself and Rudy would argue, and the chair would say this, and I would say that, and so on. And then a day or two later, I'm still quiet, Mos. And then he would say, Jerry, you must phone Sam, you two must sort out. We go through that, we work together, we keep the Moor-Dyke on focus. We are also building 2 multi-purpose centers in multi-purpose sports centers, Debbie said we must say. In Battlesdorp next to the police station and one in New Brighton. So part of that process for us, we need to name those centers. So we need to work with ESREC in naming the centers. And while we had a meeting with Mr. Lulama, I remember that some of the community leaders spoke about renaming the play park for Saki or something like that. So I inquired from Mr. Lulama, what is the process for people to name or rename buildings or this and the other? So on that space, I thought it would be wise for ESREC, for Mr. Lulama, to come and explain to yourselves what processes the municipality follow to name. So, Mr. Lulama, if you don't mind, sir, to take the stage and just briefly explain to the community, and then it will be your time. You have listened to us the entire morning. After Mr. Lulama, questions and answers or just comments from the community, the floor will be open. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Jerry. My name is Lulama Mgazi. I come from the Department of Sports, Recreation, Arts and Culture. On the side known as Arts and Culture, I am with Zizi Pokoniwe, who's sitting at the back there. Look, we appreciate what MPDA has done in terms of inviting us to this session where we felt that it is important for us to just outline the process that is followed when communities want to name or rename a facility, facilities that are under the jurisdiction of the municipality. I'm just going to give a small background. Why is it very important to name or rename institutions, some nationally, provincially, and locally? Some people might recall that after 1994, we had a DRC that looked at what had happened previously, the happenings in terms of people that were killed and people that, struggled to have this democracy. There were some recommendations that were made after the conclusion of the whole process, where the TRC recommended that it is very important to recognize the people that played a crucial role in the struggle. How do you recognize these people? One of the recognition would be to name new developing facilities after these people so that you keep their legacy alive even if they had passed on. You might know that most of the buildings that were named before 1994 will probably do not represent our history. You will know that the winners in a war will always put their narrative for generations to come. I think even in this manner, it is very important to name these facilities that we are building in recognition of the people that have played a crucial role. When I say people that have played a crucial role, I'm not only talking about politicians. I am also talking about sports people, community builders. You have a lot of dedicated people that have, been selfless in their contribution that had led to the liberation of this country. That's enough for the history. We can discuss other things at a later stage. I think, as Jerry had said, that there are multiple, the centers that are going to be built. It is very important that those centers are named, and our job is just to facilitate for the naming of those centers. Government is not responsible for naming centers. The people who are, the communities are actually responsible for naming these centers. Our job is just to facilitate. You will, to kickstart the process of naming a center, it is very important that someone writes an application to the department saying that we would like to rename this institution to whatever name. And when that application is done, it should be accompanied by an extensive history of the person that the building is going to be named after. Then what we will do, we will approach the person who is recommended for the naming, or his family if the guy is no longer with us, to request some kind of permission from the family to use the family name in naming a certain building. From there, we will consult a designated ward councillor to inform the councillor that we've received such an application And as a first line of public participation, we will request the councillor to call a meeting in that locality so that there can be some kind of a buy-in whether the community supports such a name or not. After that, we'll have another process of calling maybe a second meeting for a broader participation meeting, and also make sure that we advertise these meetings in the local newspapers, because it is critical that you get a community buy-in. If that goes well, those names will be taken to a panel that we call a panel of experts. That panel of experts normally comprises of maybe an academic, a historian, and maybe 2 or 3 members of the communities, where they will scrutinize this name and make their recommendations. As a department, what we will do is to write an item to the standing committee, which will eventually go to the mayoral, then the council. The council will take a decision based on the item that has been written. After that decision has been taken by the council, then there will be an official opening of such a facility. It will be declared whatever name that has been recommended by the communities. So the communities hold power to what happens in terms of renaming, and it is very important that people should be able to use that power to influence what happens in their communities. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lolama. I'm sure some of us are educated. I'm definitely also educated about it. Ladies and gentlemen, it is 1 o'clock now, so we have catch up with the time. We said we want to finish at 1. What remains, though, is for any comments or questions from the floor regarding the presentation, mainly from Mr. Manjo, that you received on how far we are with the Moor-Dyke. We sincerely hope that this will give you the opportunity as the people to speak and have a say on the process. Like Mr. Manjo said, we are about 70% through, 30% left to complete the project. The floor is open. Rudy will assist me from that side. There's a mic at the back. We'll take the comments. Debbie, Mr. Manjo, is your pen 8 to take the questions. If there are any questions, Mr. Smith at the back, please keep your pen ready. I've got Edward, and then I've got Mr. Kallian after Edward. I've got you, sir, number 3. Edward, you may go.
Sorry. Laas amper soos die wind nou hier buite. Goeiemiddag almal. Ek het net concern en 'n vraag ook aan MBDA, en die meile is nou nie, maar almal wat die binnekant is van Schauder wil in Korsten, wil ek vra, man. Jy sien, vir my is dit, soos ek vroeër gesê het, dit is hartseer om te sien hoe onze gemeenskap gebukken gaan onder die ewels van crime en social ills. En as een aspek wat verloren is in die project van my kant af, en ek gaan dit meedeel saam met julle, die rede waarom ek so sê is dat ons as 'n reisgroep, ons is talentvol in terme van sport eerstens, in terme van die beste skrynwerkers, en Mr. Manzo het aangeraak op die kwaliteit van die werk wat die local entrepreneurs as SMME's nou tans besig is om af te gooi, op die projek self, maar daar is nog een element wat missing is, en ek is baie passionate about dit, is aard. In terme van aard is daar iets missing vir my, wat ek voel, wat die jeug veral kan baat uitvind, om value te eet in die projek. En ek het geluister na die official van Esrek wat nou gepraat het van die name change. By my gaan dit nie oor die name change nie. Die dijk is historical. En in Schauder wel alleenlik is 'n icons wat baie value geëet het in terme van sport. Enige sporting code wat die mee saam in ons is nie. En recently het ons vir Isaac Barnse verloor, wat ook op 'n level van Esrek geserve het, tot op in die province. MBDA het 'n directorate also, mense, is arts and culture, en even tot binne in die municipality is 'n directorate van Esrek se kant af ook. Ek wil vra vir MBDA en vir die official, deur julle gevra, kan ons nie in die heritage building ons icons commemorate deur middel van artie, murals, legends soos James Smith hulle wat saam met Chicken hulle gespeel het, legends soos Roger Skeepers wat deel uitgemaak het van die PSC, legends soos Ganief White uit Chicken wat deel uitgemaak het van die PSC nie, legends soos Isaac Barnse en as vele meer andere, wat ek graag wil sien, dat ons jong mense moet baat uitvind om die mense te eer deur middel van hulle gawe wat die Here vir hulle gegee het, deur middel van aard te kan commemorate in die heritage building op die projek. En dan laastens wil ek vra dat meneer Eden Smith van sy maatskappy se kant af, as dit moontlik is, 'n klein dingetjie gevra in terme van social responsibility. Ons jeug kan help deur middel van ons skole en diegene wat unemployed is aan die hand te vat om aard wakker te maak in ons gemeenskap. Dankie.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Jerry, Chairman. Thank you. I just want to make a few comments and then the questions. There's one word to describe this whole project: impressive. And I want to commend the SMMEs. You are not only building a structure, a sports facility to finish the work and to get paid. What you are building is a legacy structure for the youth. And that is what the gentleman said before now, the previous speaker. And I want to commend you. I think you are doing a very good job. And we have to, as the community, we have to put more trust and confidence to the SMEs. Thank you. Now I want to come to the questions. I'm one of the vice presidents of SAFA. So when I talk about football, I talk on behalf of football in our region. There are many facilities in the region of SAFA and Nelson Mandela Bay that are pathetic. The conditions of the fields, the conditions of the structures is pathetic. That is all that we can say, and I'm glad the council is still here to convey to the council that football is disappointed in the pace of the upgrading of the facilities, because our mandate as SAFA Nelson Mandela Bay is to develop footballers. Now somebody must tell me, how do you develop future Banyana and Bafana players on these pathetic conditions? Somebody must tell me that. That is why you will not find players, one or two players, reaching those levels of football where we have, like the gentleman said, The talent in Nelson Mandela Bay is unlimited. The footballers that we can produce, but we cannot produce them on these pathetic fields that we have, facilities. So civil society, yourself, the community, and football must start raising their voices. I just want to make a comparison of how many football players there are. We have about 2 million football players in the country. Compared to rugby, there is 500,000. Now you tell me why is more of the money channeled into rugby and channeled into cricket? Now if rugby gets 100 million, why is football getting 10 million? Now that is the discrepancy that civil society must address, and that is why football must stand up. As you know, and Hotspurs, and there's one of the veterans sitting there, Chicken, that I played against and with, you win the league, and Hotspurs on this field that you are upgrading now, on this field, you could see Hotspurs, and we wanted to play on the Moor-Dyke. Because at the stage when we played, Jerry, against Hotspurs, Hotspurs played what Spain perfected in 2010, Hotspurs played already in 1985, 1975, and that is tiki-taka football. How do you play midfield football? Spain played that only in 2010. When you win a league, as Hotspurs has done across the decades, if you win a league, the most difficult is to maintain that level and to defend the league. The easiest thing is to win. The same principle can be applied to the structure. With all that we want to do, the SMMEs and Mr. Smith will ensure that it is a good structure. The fields will be maintained. How do you as the community, how do we as the community, how are we planning to maintain the structure for the next decade, for the next 20 years? How are we going to do that? It cannot be something else that we run to municipality or to government and say, do this, but we do nothing. As we are doing nothing about the theft that is taking place while this structure is working. It is inconceivable. When Mr. Smith, I think it was Mr. Smith, was talking about the theft taking place now. How on this earth are we allowing that? Now I just want to say this. In all the work, Mr. Swartz, that the SMEs are doing, the good work, you have to take charge of the security also. It cannot be, and I'm not sure what the quality of the security is here, but as Mr. Smith is telling us, it is pathetic. Then how are we going to finish the structure then? And we have to get footballers on the field. The words that I heard constantly this morning was community participation, community collaboration. What does that mean? It means everything that whoever is in charge, managing, must talk to the community. And the community must talk to the managers. Now there's two structures, or one structure, once it is completed. It is the municipality, the sports directorate, and it is the FMC that was birthed by the community. But it cannot be when the structure is done, there's a conflict between the FMC and the caretaker of that field, the representative of the community, of the municipality. What I find, and I'm saying this, what I find that there are difficulties between FMC and caretakers that represent the community in the structures where there are FMCs. Now that has, the consequence of that conflict took place at Finner Street. I'm not sure if whoever knows about the conflict there, and that is the reason why that facility is no more. Because there was a sense of misplaced ownership by the caretaker that is in conflict with the real owners. The real owners are the community. And that is what happened. Now people are saying that the vandalism is caused by me, by us. It is not caused, if you look at it in a broader sense, it is not caused by the community. It is caused by the conflict created by the caretaker. By these caretakers, because the conflict is real. It is as if the community, you have to take second place that is using this for the community, for the youth. Now there's suddenly a conflict. I am a bit disappointed in that. But what I'm requesting is that the municipality give the FMC the teeth that they need to take care of this on behalf of the community. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Wayne. I'm just a community activist. The speaker before me just touched on very serious points, but I'm not going there. I'm standing here with actually tears in my eyes to hear that a contractor of the Moor-Dyke has alluded to the fact that break-ins and theft is an ongoing thing. I want to say, thank you, Mr. Smith, for making it known to us. We as a community must stand up against this. We must take a stand today, not tomorrow. And I'm standing here to make a call to our PSC, to the councillor. And I can't exclude myself as a resident, but I'm speaking to all residents. But those in the front line, the committee must, MBDA, thank you for the work that's being done. Please, I think if I can make that call to say the security company that's there now, let go of it, please. Otherwise, we will suffer more losses than gains. If I look at that picture there, it will remain like that if we keep on what we're doing now by having a security company there that's not taking care of the valuables of the SMMEs, including the main contractor. There won't be funding, there won't be material left to complete the structure. So we must really seriously, after this, take a good look at our security there. But we, as a community, also must take ownership of that. That is about break-ins and theft. And then I'm going to be more technical. I'm looking at the roofing of the heritage building. There has been a roof constructed there already. To me, it's not about the quantity, it's about the quality of it. I would suggest that we take that roof and we think of improving the structure, the roof, the condition of the roof, the durability of it. So it can last at least for 20 to 30, even 40, even more years. So that roof to me is just, I don't know in Afrikaans, hulle call it a zinkdak, ek weet nie wat is daar nie. But let's improve on that if we can, if there's funding available. Then my last one is, I've written down a lot of keywords there that every speaker has said. But those I've mentioned was standing out for me. But I would like also to say, if we can, in the short space that we have left, before we hand over the Moor-Dyke to the community, let's look at mentorship for our youth. Any skill that there's people that's qualified, that are engineers, that are carpenters, that are bricklayers, take care of our youth, get 1 or 2 youth in and train them. Because it's really a pain to see. I myself, if I walk down, if I drive down Schauder, I must stop. This one's asking a 5 rand, this one is asking a 10 rand. If you have, you give to those people. But we can, what I'm saying is, if we can train people how to weld, how to build something, how to do something, they can do that in their community. Why must we go to a foreigner to fix my car? My neighbor next door, he's instead of fixing, he's stealing from me. And that's the game we are playing, and we can't continue like that. Thank you very much.
With
without limiting any speaker, consider the cold, not the time so much. Any takers? Mr. Matthews, you are quiet. I'm quite happy to close the session. Let Debbie close the session.
Thank you very much. Good day, everyone. Allow me to speak on behalf of the youth and of the community, as I am in the position of the hub coordinator in Ward 11. We all talk about our norms of sport coach, our rugby, our soccer, our tennis, our cricket, all that. But my question is to you guys now, as the hub coordinator, do we know what the meaning of recreation is and what it is all about? Because recreation is where everything started. That facility, it's a good thing, but I don't see any recreational games that we can also, facilities that we can also add on there. Because like the clippy, the dribbler, the skopskaluli that we all know, that we all grew up with, it's not even part of that. That is a big thing regarding our recreational of our youth. It's not about now, it's about the future. Because that is the start, and I will say also that that is a small thing, this, for bigger things that is still yet to come. Because the thing is this, if we don't speak about our youth, we speak about our individual things. We need to speak about what we can do for our youth, our community. Because we emphasize on our community, what is the benefit of each and everyone that facility will bring to each, and it needs to be a benefit for each and everyone. I ask and I plead to you guys, look at the recreational side. As the hub coordinator of Ward 11, there's so many things. There's Mr. Program Director. We need to play in the street to do this stuff. There's now a new thing that is busy building. Look at that, what we can do, like playing the games in that field where the children don't get hurt in the street. Because we can't even park off the street and do things, because even if it's raining outside, we know how that kids are. We are daily busy in this community. Things that you might not know. We are doing the best that we can do for our children, because it's not about us, it's about them. Our time is up, but it's about what are we doing for them. I'm asking and I'm pleading to you guys, look at the recreational side. What can we do for them? That is all I'm going to ask.
Good afternoon, all. Just the emphasis on what Mr. Gerrit and what Mr. Wayne was saying. If I look at the heading Moor-Dyke Development of Hope, what development of hope is there? Right? It's a good thing of uplifting our sport fields, giving our players better playing fields, but like Mr. Gerrit said, the youth. Where is our youth in this thing? Right, you said about employment. I've listened to everyone speaking this morning. You spoke about our community benefiting from the employment. How many percent of our youth is there? There's a lot of youth out there that doesn't have work. And if I embark into conversations with our youth, then they tell me it's only certain people who is gaining from that project. So look at our youth. You know how it goes here outside. People is breaking in, theft is taking place, like Mr. Smith was saying, daily. And who's to be blamed for this thing? What our councillor going to do about this thing? He spoke about resource centers. For how many years have people been asking for these things? Taking in our youth and our unemployed people. Nobody's doing nothing. Everybody just comes here every time and talk about things, but nobody's putting effort into it. So at the end of the day, we need to put people accountable for all these things. Here, some of community members, they are just sitting here accepting what are being said here, but nothing is being done. In 2 months, 3 months' time, we'll forget about this meeting, and things will just go on as normal, where nobody is doing no effort, catching up, making sure that these things what are being said here today are being followed up. So people, when we speak about development of hope, let's just don't look at these things, but further into the whole thing. I thank you.
Wayne, come in the middle.
Good day once again, everybody. I just want to appeal today to the people who's got the power to empower the disabled persons in these projects, to include disabled persons in these projects, current projects and future projects in terms of employment. Even if it's just one person per project, it's a start. And to make these projects or structures that are being built accessible for disabled persons. I'm going to make a simple example. This morning when I came here, I come to this hall a lot, even if it's just to play bingo, but I always make use of this back door here. But still, it's just for me, using a wheelchair, it's a struggle to get in. This morning I had to wait in the rain for the lady to come and open that door to gain access to this building. But then again, I also want to thank the guys, especially the SMMEs who are busy with this IPTS construction now. It was such a nice feeling for me Saturday. Most of the people here know me, they see me a lot on the road by myself because I'm able to mobilize myself around. But the point I want to make, it was such a nice feeling. Before this IPTS construction started, I mainly make use of the road. I wheel myself around in the road because the pavements were inaccessible for me, or I can get up on one point, but in front is going to be a problem. I have to ask somebody to help me. But just to go back, that part from the German Hall, between the German Hall and the third stop, the Saturday, I passed Mr. Swartz, them, who were busy working there. It was such a nice feeling because it's different. You can get up by one ramp and you're going to get down on another ramp easy. So I want to thank the guys for doing that great job. And just to get back to the employment side, yes. Disabled people are not just people who are using wheelchairs, people. They are different disabilities. They are well-able, disabled persons who can work, who can do construction work, all sorts of construction work. That's why I urge, it's so urgent for me to appeal to the people, like I said, who are empowered, to empower people with disabilities into everything that's going to be done in the metro from now and forward. Please, I humbly appeal to you guys. Mr. Smith, the SMMEs, the councillor, Debbie of MBDA, everybody, please, that is my humble plea to you guys. From now on forward, we can't just say on black and white, disabled people are being included. We are not included. It's just something that's on black and white, and it stops there. Where's there's no visibility. That's why I'm asking, I'm appealing, even if it's just one person on a site, on a project, it's a start. Thank you, guys.
Respect, Moen, respect, 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 respect. Ladies and gentlemen, it seems we have come to the end of the program. You want another bite, sir?
Thank you again, thank you again. There's a few points I did jot down because when I look at you, when you stand up, hey, it's like your time is done. The thing is this, Jerry, I just want to emphasize on that point about recreation, because the thing is this, recreational. The thing is this, we have youth that don't participate in that sport coach. They are not gifted in that sport coach. As I have learned through this hub coordinator thing is that they can, how can I say now, represent our district in national colors, in Drieblok, in Skopskaluli, in even, how can I say, Club Clippy and all that. That is the thing what I want to bring down on you guys as the community. I didn't know about that they can represent these stuff in the district and in the Eastern Province, even on national side. We have children that don't participate in that sport coach because they feel like, no, they are not worth it and all that. But we let them go to the streets because they they have nothing to play with. But that is where the recreational side comes in. I ask and I plead to you guys that look at that according to your structure on the facility that you are busy with. Open, just an open space there where we can use the children and we can train them and all that. Because I know and I believe that each one have a gift to prosper in our country or in themselves. And I just want to end off in this, is that we are here to serve. We are not here for our own benefits. We are here to serve, guys. So I ask and I plead to you guys, let us look at our younger generation, please.
Thank you, my leader. Okay.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to make it quick. I'm Mikhailo Mentor. I'm representing Peterson High School. I would just like us as a community to start normalizing practical skills. When I mean practical skills, I talk about mathematical skills and skills that will help us when we are in the workplace. The reason why I'm saying that is, yes, I understand we are normalizing, we are young, we're supposed to play, etc., etc. All of us, we are looking towards the future. So if this young child that's gonna go paint there in the building that they showed there, where's the skill that that child is gonna need for when it's actually working in a business one day, where it needs to count? I understand that, yes, maybe sport is important, but I feel like in communities like ours, we ignore the children that aren't into sport, that aren't into handwork, but are good up here. So I'd really like us as like colored people to start normalizing, encouraging practical skills within the youth. Thank you.
Nee, hoekom ga julle aan en nou kan nie nou opgaan nie. Kap kort, oma, kap kort.
Ik ga niet. Nee, we gaan zomaar Afrikaans praten. Ik was samen met een jongen stem. We need a place where we can equip young girls and boys. Zoals die kokerij, die naaldenwerk, breiwerk, was al die goede materiaal waar je kan krijgen afvalmateriaal voor kinderen om bags te maken, om moeder te maken. Whatever they can do with their hands. So ons niet, zoals een resource center, een resource center, wat soos 'n building is soos Helen by 'n resource center, waar daar plekke binne is. Ons het die plekke in ons community in Schauder, waar ons kinders kan skielie, kom kook, paai, samosas, al die goede. Ons ken hulle leer om het te doen, wat ons het die resources vir dit. En die ander ding is, soos ek gesê het, so ek sien af iets gesê van die Neefpark. Die Neefpark is nou 'n white elephant. Dankie.
Oké, ik ga het baie kort hou. Aan die gemeenskap, ons as SMME's, ons bring werk naar die gemeenskap toe. Eerstens, dit is baie moeilijk. Ons wordt eerstens aangesien dat ons baie hard is met die mense, maar het is ons mense. Ek is deel van die employee komitee. Daar is Destiny, myself, Wayne, en die ons het nou al die intervention gevat, Gerrit. Ons het gegaan na die Moor-Dyke toe. Ons het gaan praat met die mense op die dijk. Hulle py vandag, môre is hulle nie in die werkie. Dit is baie moeilik. Die kontrakteur sukkel met ons mense. Maar dan kom ons nou na die gemeenskap toe, wat nie hier is nie. Dan kom ons daar buite, ja, julle wil net bou, julle kyk na julle self. Die pakkette eet julle alleen. Ons eet dit nie alleen nie. Once die project klaar is, moet ons as SMME's teruggaan aan die einste gemeenskap. En dit is wat julle verwag in die gemeenskap. En almal kyk uit wanneer is die dijk klaar, sodat die SMME's kan teruggee. Maar ons kry nie help van ons einste community af. Ons mense sê hulle wil nie werkie. Die werk is swaar. Hulle moet sement dra. Maar die pride is nie daar om te sê, ek het 'n steen gedra by Dyke. Is my Dyke, ek het gras gaan plant saam met Nathan hulle nie. Ons vergeet dit. Ons vra en vra en vra, maar ons vergeet wat ons nou het. Moet ons eers complete, sodat ons weer kan kry. En ek gaan land daarso.
Nee, man. Maar as regtig waar die laities soos nou as skool die laities wil opstaan nie paste. Die laities in hier nie skool Mrs. Smith maar 'n ander werker kry. Dankie grootma.
I'm just going to keep it short and sweet. How many seconds? I just want to salute the youngsters. You are brave, especially the youngster there. To speak up. I want to emphasize so shortly. I just want to speak in connection with our leader there, Edward. He mentioned about the art. The reason why I want to mention it, because my daughter is in grade 6. And I was so worried about the schoolwork, because every day she has a book here and a pencil and she draw. And if I have a paper to bring with, I'm going to show you how talented my daughter is. So it is important to bring art also in. And that's our future for our youngsters, to develop our youngsters also in the art. So yeah, thanks.
Thank you. We respect. Leadership near my woman, yeah. Last. Nee, ek is regtig honger. Ek weet nie honger of is dit die koud nie.
Good afternoon. My name is Jonathan Africa. I'm one of the sports guys in Schauder, Korsten area. I lost my leg. I'm sentimenting with Wayne. I lost my leg about a year and a half or 2 years ago through some negligence, but it never kept me down. So what I'm feeling, I'm used to working. I'm used to working in a casino and all of that places, so I'm used to working. But since I've lost my leg, I've picked myself up. I've done for myself. I've never waited on the hospital to get to my prosthesis and everything like that. I sold even my car. I did a lot of things just to get my prosthesis, to try to get back to work as soon as possible as a family man that I was before. Since that, I'm sentimenting with Wayne. That's why, sorry, Jerry, man, I was struggling. Must I talk or mustn't? Because there's nothing in the Schauder Korsten area for our guys that is disabled. I don't say I'm disabled because I can still physically work, but when you do the same application as a normal guy, I think for us that is with a disability is the disadvantage, because you don't get a response from anybody when they see, oh no, this disabled amputee below knee, now you're sitting at home. It's not that you don't want to work. We're all looking at what we can do. I don't sit and wait what the community can do. It's what I can still do. And I'm still busy with the bands and all the stuff that I'm doing in the community that God provide me, or my deal to do in my community. So I'm begging the councillor and all the SMMEs, look at us, not in this employment, but what skills that we got to give back to our community, even to the disabled community in our Schauder. You don't see nothing. There's no sports for disabled in the Schauder. I've Googled, I've tried everything. I'm involved in soccer. I've got qualifications in coaching, all of that, but there's nothing. Only things where you're going to go to, you have to go to Cape Town or Joburg if you want to progress, like a coach or something with disabled soccer. There's nothing here. So there is guys that can give back in that regards. So create opportunities for us as well, when you create opportunities for able people, so that we can also put back and what we can do for our community, not what the community can do for us. Thank you very much, Sherry.
Thank you, my brother. That appeal is clearly appreciated and well taken. I just want to say to the young men from recreation, normally we have a thing in front that we tell people, no, don't worry, do this, and then we think the problem has been addressed. This is not one of those. But I look at my big chief at the back, and I think that you and Mr. Matthews and Sammy and them certainly need to have a conversation, you know. So I would like to encourage that you guys get together and have a conversation of how recreation can participate at the Moor-Dyke. So that would be my suggestion in terms of the immediate thing that can be discussed. We have come to the end, good people. I'm going to hand over to my boss because I can also talk a lot. So before I do that, Debbie will do the summary and give the way forward. And then we will do a vote of thanks and close the session. Debs, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. J. I've made some notes. I hope I've captured everything. But I think a general comment from my side is that a lot of the things, you are not talking at us. You are talking to yourself. Let's make that a point of departure. I think Councillor Gelderloon started off in his welcoming address. I think I made some notes. I think the idea of some landmark, iconic welcome to the northern areas. This is the gateway. I've taken that on board. We'll take it further with the city in terms of project discussion. Certainly in terms of branding and identity and what this place is about. I'm a town planner by profession. We talk about a term called placemaking. In other words, a place has a heart, has a soul, has got an identity. You should be able to feel that when you step in. If you go into Soweto, in Vilakazi Street, you feel you are in a place that has got significance. We must do that for the northern areas. I take note of that. Councillor, you spoke about the swimming pool. Oh, die minder, ek sê van hy swimming pool die beter. But we have been approached. We have considered it. My comment to the community is this. Here we're doing a sports facility. There was a sports facility. It is our people that watch that facility being carried away brick by brick. MBDA have put our hands up to the municipality, said, if you have an interest, we are keen, but we will approach it the MBDA way. The MBDA way is, moet eers gepraat word, wat is die probleem, hoe kon ons bygestaan het en gewatch het hoe onze facility gevandalised word. Ons gaan nie net kom 'n ding bou wat onze mense self afgebreek het. That discussion needs to be had before we talk about a facility. We're not going to win the argument in council and the funders, etc. When there was a facility, why should we replace a facility that the very same community has vandalized, only to be vandalized again? I'm taking a bit of liberty, but that is my sentiment. And as somebody that needs to motivate and write items, councillor, around projects, that question must be answered. We must look ourselves in the eye, we must look around and have an honest conversation. There's a lot being said about the vandalism issue. I think in the steering committee, in the community, we must actually set up I don't want to say a task team, but a conversation around this thing, an honest conversation. Is onze kinders dat die goed te steel? Is hulle kom nie van jou Brighton af of van Newtonbach, is onze kinders. That conversation, hy mama wil nie hy conversation hê nie. Want sy sit die guy nie onder die weg. So ons kom as aan niksie. En steek die scrap metal in die deep freezer weg as die polisie kom. We have to have honest conversations about that issue. So if they're already stealing on the site and we open the site without that conversation about what is the plan. Ons kan praat hier van youth development. Die politicians, ek bly vir Mr. J sê, die politicians like om te sê, ja, ek moet nou mooi careful sê, waar is die politicians? But is die politicians, we want to talk about youth development. But Councillor Grumpy, what is the plan? This municipality, the batteries just went. remember, youth development is not necessarily a competence of the local municipality. So Department of Social Development, provincial and national gets those funding. So there's not funding that comes directly to youth development. So we must broaden this discussion, not just with the municipality. The municipality gets funding for basic service delivery, that's housing, water, sanitation, etc. There is no funding for youth development. So we must talk to the right people, we must get the right people in the room. Where is the funding for this thing that we must all do? So the MBDA can assist with the facilitation of that. But I don't want to put the MBDA as, oh, ask the MBDA for 1, 2, and 3. I want to correct this and say the MBDA is an implementing agent of the municipality. So please, these IDP meetings, the lobbying of your political representatives, you need to raise your voice and say, we demand 1, 2, 3. If you want our vote, we would demand 1, 2, 3. That municipality then comes to the MBDA and say, here's X amount of money, please implement on our behalf. So not that you can't ask us the question, but we are an implementing agent of the municipality. We are at the directive and the behest of the municipality. I'm saying that because I don't want to create a false expectation. Ja, maar Debbie het vir ons 1, 2, 3 gesê dat Debbie sê nee, nee, nee. The process is the municipality needs to authorize and fund most of these things. We also have a mandate to seek funding, and we will do so. What happened in Helenvale was they got a bucket of money from the German government that allowed a suite of projects from capital to youth projects, to skills projects, to sports projects, to schools projects. Wasn't funded by the municipality, it was funded by the German Development Bank. So the intention is to seek such funding for Korsten. The master plan certainly talks to being able to sort such funding. On the master plan, I think it was said by our CEO, we must talk about the next project. So before this one wraps up, we must already be in rolling out the next project. So we all know the projects of the master plan. We don't have to reinvent the wheel and start from scratch. What has been said here today in terms of recreation, passive and active sports, the plans for the Kampi, the plans for Durban Road, Highfield Road, the modal interchange at Kempston Road, those things have been designed and to fair level of detail that could actually be costed. So the implementation of the master plan in 2014 when it was developed was costed at 3.9 billion rand. That's the sort of money, if you're not saying we want to see that implement, that's the sort of money that we're talking about. So 39 million, 40 million rand is a drop in the ocean. I want to say that every project cannot respond to every need in the community. So this is a multi-purpose sports complex. Yes, we need the resource center. Yes, we need a youth center. Yes, we need a digital library. Yes, we need this. Yes, we need that. It's not all going to come from this project. That is not realistic. So I think we must talk about the how we're going to roll out. And maybe say for the next 10 years, what is our priorities and what are we going to do? If drugs is the problem, then building a park doesn't address the problem. Are we doing the right things in response to the priorities of the community? So even those discussions, I think we must actually say, what is the plan, and then call the municipality and say, this is what we think should happen. We can get involved somewhere along the line to implement if the municipality so decides. So I've made notes of the master plan and the implementation. MBDA is now embarking on a 5-year strategy. We are re-looking at who we are, what we have been doing. There's questions asked, should we be doing what we have been doing? Should we be refocusing on the inner city? What's our role in the townships? And certainly those questions are being asked in respect of areas like Schauder, Korsten, etc. We haven't touched the tip of the iceberg as far as what the community's needs are, but I want to quantify that to say that that will be as council decides. But the people shall govern. We take that for granted. I want to remind you You must start the underground movement. Must call Mr. J. Ne? Call Mr. J. I'm saying maybe facetiously, but it's actually the truth. We are so patient with our government. We are so patient. 20 years, where are we? Ek gaan nou huis toe, is dit donker by my huis, is load shedding. We are so patient. How long have we had load shedding? 8 years, 9 years? We are so patient. We should demand more of ourselves, of our community, as onze kinders. Ons sien die goede gebeur, onze kinders. You can point the finger, and yes, we can take the issue to council and to our political leadership, but there is a responsibility on us as the community leaders, as the mamas and the papas and the uncles and the aunties, that we have failed our youth. Well, no preek, maar ek gaan nie dit doen nie. We have to talk about the management of the center. We just spoke the arts component, Mr. Camelio. The content of the facility is going to be determined by you. That heritage center, what it looks like, what it's going to, the exhibits, the displays, what you're going to be able to do, it's going to be a space. You must decide what that space, MBDA is not going to create a space for you. You must decide what that space must reflect and represent. If it's your heritage, how do you express that and how do you depict that? I'm going to bring our creative arts and culture project manager onto the project to start that conversation. We are nearing completion of the project. Those things must be in place. We mustn't start talking about it when we open the facility. When we open the facility, the heritage facility must, its direction and its purpose must be very clear. So I think we've taken that on board. I've taken on Mr. Manjo. We must talk about the quality of the roof. I've taken note of the mentorship. I have Ms. Lerato Musa here, who's our psychosocial facilitator, who specializes in areas of skills development, community capacitation, mentorship of youth, skills development programs, etc. MBDA, we do those things. It's part of our delivery of an integrated project. In other words, not just the infrastructure. It is what that infrastructure ends up doing. That's the success of the project. Even that is budget determined. It's very, it's easier to get 39 million rand for a sports complex than it is to get 3 million rand for a youth skills development program. That's strange, eh? People want buildings that they can see, there's their money. Once you've invested in a youngster, you don't see for years the impact of that money. There's no ribbons to cut. I'm being sarcastic. I'm just saying is that those are the long-term soft skills that it's very difficult for us to get involved in because we don't necessarily get the funding that those things deserve. And I think it's got to do with the issue I raised earlier that the municipality doesn't, it's not their core mandate. But we realize in the MBDA that we have to bring those things closer to our project. So I've made a note of that. From the young man who's the hub coordinator, the youth issues, the recreational space. I think if you haven't looked at the Korsten master plan, we have booklets that we've produced, Mr. J. I think maybe to circulate that again. A lot of that potential is actually already designed for. It's a matter of Mr. Gary van Niekerk, Mayor, we've heard that there is money. We've got a plan for your money. It's not stuff that we have to start from scratch. The disabled, accessibility, the mobilizing of youth, and practical skills in the development. I want to put that back to the community structures that are involved in the work on the projects. We have to set those as criteria for labor on the projects. So it's not MBDA that's going to do those things. So if we're saying we agree, Wayne, that there needs to be on this project X percentage of women, youth, disabled. That's what this governs the distribution. In that distribution, we also must see that the marginalized sectors of our society is also represented. I'm putting that back to the Labour Committee to ensure that that happens. MBDA can provide the guidelines, etc., but remember, we don't select the labours or the SMMEs, etc. So if that's what you want to see, that's what you have to insist of your own structures. So open communication, we are availing ourselves to facilitate those. Just on the way forward, from this point onwards, I suspect we'll have another session before we actually open the facility. We must plan a big celebration, people, to show where we've come from and what we've done. But before we talk about that, we must talk about how we're going to see this facility and live to what the dream was about and how it's going to be protected. So Mr. Manjo knows that early next year, I think the first quarter is what we've said to the contractor, very, very tight, but that's still what we want to see and what we want to deliver, say, mid next year. We have to plan that event. We must be strategic about these things. Somebody made a point very importantly. People are going to watch what we do with this facility. I've said this to our comrades and our friends in Helenville. How you look after this facility is going to determine if anybody is interested to support you any further with the next thing. So, a lot rides on how this thing pans out for that mobilization of further funding for the rollout of the rest of the master plan. MBDA is not going to go anywhere. We're here for the long haul. Ek weet nie of ek nou so lank gaan wees nie, maar Mr. J. It's ingrained in us. It's part of our legacy also that we started something in Schauder, Korsten. Has it been successful? Has it not been successful? We want to use this as a rollout for programs in other areas. It's ours to lose. It's yours to lose. The stakes are high. I'm going to leave it at that, Mr. J. I think we're going to be in communication with the steering committee to take these various buckets, is an MBDA term I've also learned, these various issues to actually be detailed going forward and come up with the relevant plans. And then call the politicians that have been here today, that made all sorts of things. Let's call them back. My CEO, he's new. I'm giving him some time to settle in. We're going to call him back. We must talk this thing. So on that note, a word of appreciation for me for today's participation. We are not far from being on the right road. There are some things we have to address and to fix. That's the purpose of feedback. It's both ways. You hear from us, we hear from you. We take each other on board and we continue the conversation. But next year is Omidrai. Christmas is now on a dag is Christmas, and then is it January, and then we must know where we're going with the facility. I want to leave it there, Mr. J. Jy weet ek kan heel dag praat.
Prachtig, die prachtig. Dank je. Mr. Lulama is leaving. I was just going to thank him. I'm going to call on David. David is the community liaison officer to do one vote of thanks, and I was asked that I must ask you, sir, from Patterson's side to also say a word of vote of thanks, and then Destiny will close for us. We will have a takeaway lunch, good people, so please, after Destiny has done her part, you will move to the direction to receive a little bit of something warm, hopefully. Omdi? I don't want to forget, David, I'm waiting for you. I don't want to forget, so I just want to thank SREC for their support and their presence for the project. But over to you, sir.
good honorable guests that's supposed to have been here has left for the purpose of the meeting, which we gladly thank MBDA for. And this has still been recorded, so I hope they will receive this message because it's highly important. Is that we thank them for being here. We also thank each and every one, especially our stakeholders, each and every NPO, NGO, especially the PSC, that it consists of where all the community issues and structures plays its role of. It really proves the point that we work together and we can work together. Before I even think of giving thanks towards MPDA, I just want to say it's very important that we have a structure like the PSC that represents the whole community. It is vitally important. And then I want to thank the chair of MPDA. I just want to say, Debbie, that you are the rightful hand of the municipality to really pursue such structures and opportunities being brought to our communities. It is really needed. And I hope, Councillor, that you hear this well and that it needs to be driven with together with the community and MPDA because it is a good structure that venture our goals and objectives. So to you as well being present here. And I thank each and every one that has come out. The company, Brokaya, we also want to give thanks for. And really, it has been a day that I thought I would not have seen so many people at this stage, but I believe the PSC has done its job in really working hard to get each and everyone together at this day and this time. I want to thank also the hard work that has been done at the Moor-Dyke. And I believe we can make it the best success for each and every one out of it. Let's make a success together instead of fighting with one another or saying bad words towards one another. Let's build together. The MBDA way is the right way. So with this said, our SMMEs, thank you also for the good work. And let's just build together in the way forward. On behalf of MBDA, we're really proud of you. And we thank you for this venture. Thank you for everybody being present. I'll hand over to Eldridge. Thank you.
Thank you, MD. I was wondering, why is David moving back? So I'm like, where's this guy going with the mic? David, come terug, man.
Okay, so once again, my name is Mikhailo. I'm representing Patterson High School. I would just like to say thank you everyone for coming out and spending the time to have this conversation. I'd also like that are actually trying to uplift the community. And once again, all protocol observed. Thank you for everything in general, but nothing in particular. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I also want to extend this thanks to our chairperson here. It's very tough, and I work with a lot of community organizations, and I can tell you, many people no more want to volunteer. No, people don't want to give up their time for free. And the chairperson has led us since the 21st of April up until now. And the same goes for the PSC guys. I take my hat off for you. Some evenings it's cold, you come out for those meetings. Thank you. To our marketing team, very thanks. All the banners, the catering is organized by Mr. Luvuyo Benghazi and his team there at the back with a away jacket on. Thank you, Mr. LB. And to the rest of our team also, thank you very much. And again to the community, unbelievable. Vanoggend ook opstaan sê ek, mense sê weer is koud, ek gaat nergens vandag. Ek gaat sop maak, sê die milies op haar so julle. Jerry, het jy nie 'n behoefte op te leer vir die dag, maar ek gaat nergens. Julle het uitgekom, vreeslik groot, baie dankie aan almal wat hier gewees het vir die dag. Antidie? Ek voel nou 'n bietjie bedreig, jong, van die oom is ook hier so, wie bid nou eintlik? Daar sê maar cool.
Almagtige God en Hemelse Vader, Here, baie dankie, Here. Here, vir die dag, Here. It was such a blessed day, Lord Father God. And I'm reminded about the scripture that say, where it's a choice, Lord, where we dwell in unity, Lord. There you take a decision, Lord. And the decision that you take, Lord, Father God, is then to bless us, Lord. And surely this was a blessed day, Lord, Father God. I thank you, Father God, that we, Father God, we were brought together for an assignment, Lord, Father God. And you are helping us on this journey, Lord, to fulfill this assignment. And there's so many other things we raise here today, Father God. Here, ek vra dat dit nie op dowe ore sou val, Here, maar dat dit wat hier vandag gebeur het, Here, dat dit sal saad skiet, Here. En dat ons op 'n latere stadium, Here, dat ons die vrugte sal harvest, Here, van dit wat gesê was, Here. Baie dankie, Here, vir almal, Here, vir MBDA, almal, Here, wat teenwoordig is en wat gekies het selfs, Here, om tot die einde te bly, Here. Nou vra ek, Here, dat U ons sal seën, Here, soos ons sal uitmekaar uitgaan, Here. But because of the purpose and the cause, Lord, Father God, which is called the Moor-Dyke, Lord, help us always to stay united, Lord, Father God. Because if we are united, Father God, that which was asked, Lord, to fast track this whole thing, Lord, so the handover can be in December, Lord, Father God. It is possible, Lord, Father God, if we remain focused and we remain united, Lord. So help us, Lord, on this journey, Lord, Father God. And I ask, Lord, that you would never depart yourself from us, Lord, in whichever way, Father God. When we don't have the way, Lord, Father God, come, Lord, and show us the way, Lord. Because to us, Lord, Father God, it's not about now, Lord, but it's about generations to come, Lord, because it's the previous generation that enjoyed the dike, Lord. But what we are busy, Lord, is establishing something, Lord, that our great-grandchildren will enjoy one day, Lord. So I ask that you would never leave us, Lord, on this journey, Lord. And I thank you in the name of Jesus, Lord. Bless us, Lord, coming in. Bless us going out, Lord, Father God. In Jesus' name, amen.
Rest van die dag en wees geseënd and be blessed. Thank you so much. Please do take a meal and enjoy the rest.